winter is coming in the chat room. He tried to tell her, and they castigated the brother for that. They disrespected him. They called him a fool. They called him misogynist. Kevin Samuels knew what was coming. He knew about passport bros. He knew if I don't get these women in line and make them suitable for marriage for high value black men, guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna go find women in other countries. They're gonna find women in other ethnicities. Black men are making more money. Therefore, we're demanding more. You already breached the contract, sister. I'm telling you, come back to the table now. Lower your expectations. Pick you one of these dudes up right now because winter is coming. Somebody type winter is coming in the chat room. And the worst thing that happened for these lovely ladies, even though they cheered when he died, was his death. The worst thing that happened for Black American women was the death of Kevin Samuels, because every night he was doing his part to convince Black men, I'm gonna give them a little bit longer. I'm gonna wait around a little bit longer. I see Kevin Samuel making headway. I'm gonna wait around a little bit longer. And then he died. And then there was no more. All the simps came in. All the suckers and simps came in. And see, we told you. And they laughed at him. But what Black Americans didn't realize, Black American women didn't realize, was that was the only thing holding back the floodgates of these passport bros. Do you hear me? See, I let y'all know who Kevin Samuels was days and weeks after he passed. This man loved Black women. This man loved Black people. That's why he had the Saturday suit days. He wanted to see Black men do better and Black women do better and them to come together. That's why he held so many women of other ethnicities out of his Facebook group called The Mix, so he could give Black women a chance. He literally was holding back tens of thousands of women who wanted to join this group and get them one of those high value Black men. That's what he was doing. He was holding them back. And then he passed away. And the brother said, you know what? Ain't no more hope. But you know what? We have options. Somebody type, we have options in the chat room. Somebody type passport kings in the chat room. Somebody type passport bros in the chat room. Somebody type catch flights, not feelings in the chat room. And that's what you see happening now. See, once Kevin Samuels passed away, brothers was like, oh, well, I'm done.
I'm done. Grand finale. He's absolutely correct. Grand finale. One of the things that I've always said, that when it came to the passport bro movement, that Kevin was the last armor bearer, the last one with the shield up, protecting them like weight loss pills. See what I'm saying? Weight loss pills let the ladies in the States feel like they had hope, right? They feel like they got hope. But I'm telling you, once Kevin left, he was the last weight loss pill that they had. I had already dedicated myself long time ago that I wasn't going to waste my mind, my time, my energy, my money on trying to rescue people that didn't want to be rescued. I learned that a long time ago. People used to always say to me, Andre, how come you always trying to help people that don't want to be helped? And from the way that they treated Kevin, especially upon his passing, I said, these women just don't know. He's the last weight loss pill that they got. Shout out to you guys. Today is Tuesday night. We usually don't do a show on Tuesday night, but we're doing it tonight. We got a special guest here tonight, our brother Dennis Spurling. He's going to be here, not only talk about relationships, talk about his reality television show that's going to be airing this week, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to make sure that you guys are able to know exactly when he's going to be broadcasting it, so you guys will be able to get the information in regards to it. You guys usually know that I come with the intros, but today we are just going to be doing the super chats for right now. And then I'm going to even drop the link a little later on for you guys to come up and do a little discussion, even if Dennis has to leave on, because I know he has a busy day and a busy evening. But let's get to at least the super chat with Culture Connection in the building. Fire for your mind. I love doing live stream with Culture Connection. He's going to be dropping one of the videos that's kind of like showcasing what we did on his show this past weekend. Once again, guys, okay, now you guys already know We got company. And when we got company, we are not going to embarrass ourselves. Make sure we keep those like buttons clicked. We got 32 people in here. It's going to get higher. Make sure that you subscribe to Dennis's channel as well as Culture Connections channel, and make sure you subscribe to Love Crossing Borders. But continue to support Black male content with super chats, cash apps, and as well as joining the Patreon. Make sure you support Black male YouTube content, because in all sincerity, we all we got. We all we got. And we not the Nika Marie. We not Six to Goddess. We don't have the looks that lure the money out of you guys' pockets. So all Black men can do is just ask another Black man, could you hook a brother up? Look out for a brother with super chats and cash apps. We appreciate that, brothers. And all you guys and ladies that are in here tonight, we appreciate you being here. Like I said, I don't have time because Dennis is in the background, but all you super chat brothers such as Black Nubian from Canada, I appreciate you, brother, for being here with the super chat. And then we got Black Scorpion, Judge. Oh, we're going to have a good one tonight, a real good one. But without further ado, and thank you again, guys, for the super chat. Without further ado, we got our man, Dennis Spurling, the Blizzard King. I'm talking about this July, and he been bringing storms from day one. Like he's a DC Marvel hero. I'm telling you. I think the one thing that keeps me, what really initially caught me with Dennis was he sound like me. I ain't gonna even lie. Every time I watch, I can watch somebody else sound like me. I don't have to always play the bad guy now. I can sit back and pretend I got the white hat on, even though I have the black cowboy hat on, because I know it's somebody else that got the black cowboy hat on just as well. But before we go any further, guys, I want to bring out my special guest who's here with us today, man. My man, Dennis Sperling, Esquire, the Blizzard King himself, Uncle D.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you for having me here, brother. I appreciate
man.
it. Man. I'm excited, man. I've been looking forward to this all week, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've been on world tour. You've been on tour. Every live stream and television, I mean, YouTube show I watch, it seems that you've been this past couple of weeks kind of like promoting what's going on. Give the guys, we're just going to go straight to it. Okay. Give the guys an introduction of what you are going to be showcasing on your channel over the next 16 weeks, what it's about, and even some information on why you're presenting the way that you are.
Yeah. So, most of you all know me as Uncle D. You see me in a quasi-professional capacity, in that I am prosecuting the adversaries of Black American men in the court of public opinion. You see, that's what you basically see happening. You see me holding people's feet to the fire, whoever it is, whether it's racist people, whether it's Black women that say horrible things about us that aren't true. I basically hold them to task. So it's very similar to what I do in court. I'm prosecuting somebody civilly. Nobody's going to go to jail, but people are allowed to make judgments. What you're going to see on Co-Parenting with the Spurlings is more of my private life. You're going to see more of me putting into action my philosophy. Let's say philosophy.
Right.
There. In doing so, I'm definitely pushed to my wits, because I'm forced to deal with the original lovely lady. Shout out to the original lovely lady, my ex-wife. Praise God.
Right.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Here's to the ex-wife.
God bless her. God bless her. Okay. And but nevertheless, man, so this television show is called Co-Parenting with the Spurlings. It's a reality series. It is basically me as an attorney, as a businessman. I'm not just a lawyer. I also have an entertainment company. I have books, movies, music videos. In addition, you'll see what is now a reality show series. 16 episodes, not one, 16 episodes. It cost me roughly $250,000 of my own money. So Co-Parenting with the Spurlings is owned wholly by Esquire Entertainment. I am the sole owner of Esquire Entertainment. I'm the financier. It came out of my pocket. The whole point was to show Black men, even though we don't live with our children, we actually are very involved as fathers. You see the same thing played out when the CDC put together that report back in 2015 saying these black men, even though they have a low rate of marriage compared to the other gentlemen in the United States, they are still the most involved fathers. What does that say? That says a lot. If, as a black man who doesn't live with his children and is not married to the woman who gave birth to those children, you spend more time with your children, you're more involved than a man of other ethnicities who's actually married to the woman. That says a lot about the brothers.
That's true.
That flies in the face of all these negative stereotypes where they're saying that black men abandon their children. No, we might not be married, but we're involved in our children's lives. We may not be able to live, or we may not be married to that woman. We may not be actively dating that woman or in a relationship with that woman, but we are involved. And so them trying to paint us as deadbeat dads and by inference saying that we've abandoned our children is just a flat out lie. And co-parenting with the Spurlings demonstrates a black man and a black woman. And look, I know it's some people that appreciate me and I know it's some people that hate me. It don't matter.
Not you.
I still make black people look good. And I want to hate. I appreciate, let me say it like this, man. I appreciate real hate over fake love any day. You see what I mean? Because the person that really hates you is gonna let you know. Somebody that loves you and is fake, they're not gonna let you know. So that's a snake. I'd rather see that rhinoceros rushing at me full speed. And I know these lovely ladies got their little horns up and they trying to.
Yes, they are.
But but the bottom line is, man, I make black people look good. I make my ex-wife look good. There's ain't no woke in it, no rainbow, none of that. You know, no profanity. We just make black people look good, man. It sets a good. Let me say this: there's enough of the extremes of black life, the criminal activity, the poverty. The vast majority of us are hardworking, law-abiding citizens who want the best for ourselves and our children. And that's what our painting is. Now, look, that said, some of you brothers will be triggered by some of the things that my lovely, lovely ex-wife says to me. And some of you lovely ladies who are listening to this broadcast right now, you will be triggered by some of the things I say. He sounds just like Rodney. God damn, oh my God, I can't stand him. And and for the guys who on the internet, the red pill guys, you're gonna see a lot of red pill content because at the time this was created and drafted and whatnot, I was listening heavy to YouTube. And so you're gonna see the hypergamy. You're gonna see me use hypergamy in reverse to my own interest. Okay, I don't want to give away a lot of the secrets. You're gonna see my sons, who they begin to take because they're spending so much time with their mother. They're taking on female coping mechanisms. They do what she does. She's afraid of the dog. They're afraid of the dog. Even though a 6, 7, 8-year-old boy is not supposed to be afraid of a dog, he want to go up and pet it. At least that's how I was, because I was raised around men. And so you're gonna see some custody battles. You're gonna see a lot going on. You're gonna see her dating. You're gonna see me rapping. me doing crazy stuff like riding around in my low riders and enjoying divorce life. You're gonna see a lot. It's gonna bother women. Women will say he's supposed to be sad, blah blah, and I ain't sad. I'm not sad at all. You're not. I think divorce was one of the best things that ever happened to me. Praise God. I'm not just saying. And another thing is, man, I take my sons to the DR. So you get to see the new generation. So I'm doing what I wish folks had done for me earlier. Take them to the DR, even though they little kids and they playing on the beach. But we also do educational stuff. Like I take them to the slave museum down in Santo Domingo. They get a chance to practice jiu-jitsu. They get a chance to interact with other little African kids, little Haitian kids, and Dominican kids that look just like them. If you look at them off in the little baseball field next to the little Haitian kids and the Dominican kids, you can't tell the difference. You see what I'm saying? Right. So they get a chance to see, wow, there are black people that look like me that speak Spanish. I didn't even know black people spoke Spanish. So it's the same experience we had when many of us first started traveling, but they're experiencing it at 8, 9, 10 years old. You see what I'm saying? So, bottom line is, man, it's going to be some good laughs. I'm taking back Thursday night. Okay, I'm taking the same spot that Bill Cosby used to have.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? We're taking it back, and I did it with my own money. You see what I'm saying? And the cool thing about this is gonna be live. I'm not asking you to help me build a school, baby. No, I'm not asking you. I'm not trying to crowdfund the show. The work is done. All y'all got to do when you see it pop up, give me a little donation. I appreciate it. You know, not because you have to. Like I said, it's already paid for, but because this is the sort of thing we want to promote. We want to promote positive images of Black men, specifically Black men who are trying and doing their best to be with their kids and raising them to be good, solid young men. On top of that, it's not all about me. And I know I'm talking up, so bro, I don't let you get a question.
No, take your time, brother. Take your time.
Yeah. but it's kind of like, it's a passion project. Because see, the thing is, man, at this time when I created it, everybody was doing ratchet shows. They say, you ain't gonna make no money with that. What do you mean? Because it's too positive. We want to see women fighting and wigs flying off and, you know, fake nails break. This is what they want to see. And I say, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to make my people look worse than they already are. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to make trash just to sell. Because at the end of the day, that's my reputation and that's my life. I don't want to go out and be the person that said, yeah, I put trash out there for my people to see. And that's hypocritical. I don't want to put that image out there. We got enough negative stereotypes. But what I did, I took my $250,000. That's $250,000. Okay, I want y'all to understand, everybody listen. I'm still a Black man. I'm still tight with my money. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I might take $1 to the strip club, not 100. I'm still tight with my money. Right. But I thought this is a worthwhile endeavor. It makes us look good. It makes Black women look good. It makes Black children look cared for. There's a whole host of people. Coleon Noir is in it. Just Brittany is in it. We got Beans and Cornbread. So you got some superstars that are gonna come through. You see what I mean? We having a good time, man. But other than that, man, y'all make sure y'all check it out. It's July 6th, 2023, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. East Coast Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Time. But that's gonna be Thursday, man. Just set Thursday aside to watch it. Just that's all look, we always talk about Black people don't do Black men. I did it. All you got to do is watch it. That's all you got to do. I need to see 8,000 people watching it live. It's only 21 minutes. That's gonna let YouTube know, oh my God, damn, they've taken control. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, but yeah, that's my spiel. That's my spiel. What other questions you got?
What kind of? Because I knew that you had already, you know, that you had already walked through this. That you know, you guys had created this.
Yeah.
What made you kind of like say, you know what? Let me make this public on the YouTube platform as well, because a lot of people have experienced things that they hadn't put on the YouTube platform. And I'm gonna say something in all sincerity. I'm really glad that you mentioned in our showcasing parenting and passports. Mm-hmm. I've always wanted to do a video or showcase a video on men or even women that take their children to other locations, and I call it parenting and passports. So when I saw you on Instagram and I saw some of the photos of your sons in DR, man, I was so happy about that. So what made you say, you know what, let me showcase this to let other men and women know that they can do some of the things, like you said, it's not just about divorce or co-parenting, but it sounds like there's so many nuggets of lessons that we can learn as we watch the episodes. So what was that made you basically just say, let me put it on YouTube?
Well, man, first of all, like, I've been holding back because it's like, you know, first of all, I had to let people know who I am. You know, I had to put that iron fist forward to let them know this is who I am. You won't smoke. I got a whole barbecue pit in the backyard. We can give you all the smoke you want. You feel what I mean? Sometimes, man, you got to establish yourself as the bad guy and then redeem yourself. You see what I mean? If you start off as this goody two-shoe and then people see you, oh man, that dude, man, he got a bunch of broads. Oh, that dude got a baby mama. So you can't say that to the bad guy. He already got the black hat on. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm telling you, I am the bad guy. I enjoy being the bad guy. I'm mean. I enjoy being mean. It's one of my favorite things to do is be mean. Okay, It just don't get in the way. You see, I'm nice to kittens and children,
Right.
But if you run up, I'm gonna be really mean to you. You see what I'm saying? And I like it. You know what I mean? I played offensive tackle. It's kind of one of the things in the hood. It's kind of the thing that I enjoy. I learned it. Wow, this is just invigorating being mean. And so the person that they see is that mean, big, bad trial lawyer for the past 23 years. I bully insurance. Don't y'all stay mad. You bully people on the internet. I bully insurance companies. Ask State Farm. Ask State Farm and Geico. I've sued every company worth suing in America. I've sued them. Trucking companies, Walmart, everybody. Walgreens.
Everybody can get it.
Everybody get it. But don't feel it's not just you. I'm mean. But it takes a certain personality to get to where I am in life. That said, now you get a chance to see me being kind. You see what I mean? You get a chance to see with my kids and me talking to my ex-wife when she all in my face like that. And I'm like, yeah, smiling, and I'm like, praise God, hallelujah. You know, you get to see me doing that. You get to see me interacting with some professional women in the DR. A lawyer, we visit a lawyer, a Dominican lady who's a lawyer. Her law office down in the DR. You see what I mean? But it's a different life. But the thing is, man, I thought it was time to do it because on my broadcast, I want to be able to always demonstrate that it's not all Black women that I have a problem with. It's not all Black men that I have a problem with. It's that degenerate, low-life element that's dragging all of us down. See, I got a problem with Pookie and Ray Ray until Pookie and Ray Ray convert. Until Pookie and Ray Ray say, you know what? I can't keep being degenerate. I can't keep being a predator on the Black community. I got to do better. It's easy to talk to men. Brothers are willing to take they talking to. These lovely ladies, on the other hand, they don't want to take they talking to. So I said, you know what? Kevin tried. I'm not. I'm just going to talk to the brothers. Brothers, be the best you can. Do the best you can, be the best man you can. Here's another thing. Since I created this broadcast, the evidence has come out, the stats have come out to show that Black men of substance, Black men of the middle class, upper middle class, rich, we outnumber the Pookie and Ray Rays. See, 63% of Black men have reached the middle class by the time they hit middle class. That's 2/3 of us. That's 2/3 of all. That don't mean all of us have education. Only 27% of Black men have college degrees. But the rest of them, that means you got a strong, almost 40% of Black men, even without education, a formal college education, they've reached the middle class. So that means we've done a lot. We are winning. If you don't mind me saying, Black men are winning in the chat room. Somebody type winning in the chat room.
Type that winning. Definitely.
We are
winning. We are.
And that needs to be showcased. That's why we can go overseas. You see what I'm saying? And get women who like, I don't care what y'all say about that. These dudes are winning. And so that's what you see happen. And I just thought the timing was right. It kind of hit me. I'm like, yeah, I want to do it, but let me go ahead and clear this LZ out first. You see what I'm saying? Let me get this LZ first, but I think it's perfect timing. It's going into 2023 with Passport Bros. I want to show. And clearly the broadcast and everything I did was ahead of its time. That's why it's so relevant even right now. It's perfect right now. That time period when it was created, they would be like, we doing ratchet stuff right now. We still love these things.
That's true.
But now 2023, this time period later, you're gonna be like, wow. And on top of that, you got so many Black men who are single fathers, who are co-parenting, and they don't have a template. So I'm saying they don't have a template for how it should be done. How do you, the Bible and the preacher and everybody can tell you how to raise a child in a marriage. But how do you properly raise a child outside the marriage? What do you do? Well, and that's what we talk about in this 16 weeks. You brothers who always want to know what's my secret, how do you raise these champions, man? And of course, my job is not over. How do you raise these obedient, hardworking young Black men? Well, first of all, the first thing is time. It takes a lot of time and a lot of thought. I spent a lot of thought into being a father before I became a father. I went into fatherhood with a plan, a general plan, by studying history, studying what the great cultures did to raise great men, analyzing the great men of history. And, that's how I came into it. But yeah, Why did I put co-parenting with the Spurlings out right now? It felt like, I moved with the spirit. It felt like it was the right time, brother.
Will we be seeing any axe throwing? Since you are a confirmed practicing axe thrower, as one of your hobbies. Will we be seeing, in all sincerity, will we be seeing some of the hobbies that you engage in, such as the hip hop, such as your music or music videos, anything that outside of what we would normally expect as far as you being an attorney?
Well, you're going to see a well-rounded black man who's educated. You're going to see me at my office. You're going to see me interacting with other lawyers. You're also going to see me at the gun range with Coleon Noir.
There we go.
You're going to see me in the rap studio with Beans and Cornbread, who produced Slim Thug, Paul Wall. If they out of H-Town, Beyonce, Snoop Dogg, you'll see me with them. You'll also see me with Just Brittany in the rap studio. You'll see me in the boxing ring, getting it. Y'all, Uncle D you're going to see me up in there getting it in the boxing ring. Some live act. We was really hitting each other up in there too. I just want you to know that. Let me see what else, man. You're going to see me in my lowriders. I come from Los Angeles, so it's a certain car culture associated with that. And then being here in Houston, it's a car culture. So it's like being in H-Town, man, it's a beautiful thing. You see what I mean? Like when I was in New Orleans, we didn't have so much of a car culture. Here in Texas, especially the H-Town area, it's a car culture. They swinging and banging, and I'm low riding. You see what I mean? But it's a mesh. It's that I-10 connection. You understand what I'm talking about?
Right.
Yeah, man. Man. So you're going to see me outside. You're going to see me in the courtroom. You're going to see me doing this. So you see a well-rounded black man. It's not like I'm just sacrificing my whole life to raise kids. I'm a father. I make fatherhood look fun. I make it look good. Make you say, man, I want to do that with my kids. I want to do that with my son. I can take my kids to the DR too. We can play on, it's just stuff, man. Good nature, good fun, great soundtrack. By the way, some of you guys say, Uncle D, you got albums? Yeah, I created the albums because I was too cheap to pay other people to make my music. I'm like, I'm about to make my own damn music. I don't pay nobody music. What the DJ yet, man? Let me get to. And so I created 6 albums. Like I got all the soundtrack I need. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I own everything. You understand? I want to keep re-emphasizing that to you brothers. You don't wait around for somebody else to make your dreams come true. You finance your own dreams. I'm not looking for a sponsor. You see what I mean? I'm not looking for a leader. I'm the sponsor. I learned how to do it. I do it. I didn't know how to film TV shows and rap videos and stuff. I never went to school for that. I put the right people in the right place. That's what chess is about. We always talk about chess and checkers. We always talk about chess and checkers. In checkers, you make the move. In chess, the pieces have their own intrinsic power, and they make the move for you. So I put a showrunner in place. I got director. I got one dude. You give me the guys you need. The showrunner got the sound dude, and he got those other folks in play. You see what I'm saying? That's what they do. You give out the commands, you pay the money. You see what I mean? But the thing is, when you take it from that position, guess what happened? You reap all the benefits. You might you get the blame too. Don't get it twisted. But with good business sense, you can make it happen, man. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, brother.
Let me ask you a question, Dennis. This is just a personal man-to-man question, along with these other men here. And I'm gonna hit the super chats in a second, guys.
Mm-hmm.
When did you realize, or when did you begin to learn the art of balance? Because I noticed that about you. You're a very, very balanced dude. It's not about just diversity with you, and I see that in other men. You balance the scales of life, of fatherhood. I see you put you don't look for perfection in yourself, but being the best father that you can be. When it comes to relationships, relating, whether it be networking in business, whether it be networking with your significant other, whether it be any type of relationships, and then your balance when it comes to your hobbies or things that you do that's other forms of business. When or how did you come about that? Because that the reason why I asked that question is very important. That's what's hurting a lot of our brothers in our communities. They feel like they can't balance life. They feel like I could be the best dad, but I can't get a good job. I can get a good job, but I can't be the best dad. And then I see guys like you and myself and Tailor-Made Dreams and other guys that have mastered the art of balance. And that's what I call it, because you're not just the most interesting man in the world, but you notice that life takes balance to succeed. So what are some of your secrets, or how did you come to the reality, or have you always been a balanced person, or what is it?
Well, brother, what you see now is a culmination of a lot of thought and hard work early. See what I mean? So if you saw me in my first few years of practicing law, you'd be like, that's not balanced. But that's because I was learning and I was mastering my craft. You see what I mean? If you listen to that first album that I put out, you'd be like, it's all right. The beats are nice, but the rapping ain't. I mastered my craft, okay? Early on in the practice of law, I was at my office till, sometimes 12 o'clock at night, mastering my craft. When I first started my business, when I was writing my books, after I got things going good, I would be in the office till 12 o'clock at night. I was finishing these books. Took me 7 years to finish those books. Took me 10 years to write and finish all those albums. It's been 10 years. Well, actually, I started in, I think, early 2013, and to make 6-7 albums. I travel, but I don't miss my dates to be with my children. So I would literally fly overseas, be gone for 2 weeks, be back the Wednesday before the Thursday when I had to pick up my children. So, man, when you ask balance, first of all, I set myself up so that I was already financially stable. I had mastered my craft, so things look easy. You see what I mean? Because I've mastered it. It would take a whole, like 8-hour session to explain, how I arrived at the place I did. But it has a lot to do with knowing what's important and when it's important. It's important to spend time with your children. So that needs to be a priority. It's important to pay your bills. That needs to be a priority. It's important to make sure your business is running. That needs a priority. But you also need to do the things that you want to do, the things that you like to do, because you don't want to have regrets in life. You see what I mean? But balance, man. The other thing, I like to sleep. You know what I mean? I like to have my own time just to be left alone. So, you hire employees. I mean, I kind of gave away the secret a little bit. Get other people to do your work for you.
That's
and
true.
pay them, train them, keep them up, and then get them to do your work for you. And then that way you make your life easy. See, rich is a 4-letter word like F-U-C-K and S-H-I-T. And it comes a lot with that. So what you want to do also is figure out that. You're right. It's figure out what's important to you. And my health is important to me. My time is important to me. So you got to balance. Do I want to make $800,000 this year, or am I cool with $500,000 and to be able to work from home? You see what I mean? So it's a lot of that comes in hand. You always weighing it out. I'm not going to leave my job and go on tour and start rapping, but I will make some albums. You see what I mean? Like, right. It's like, that's, I got to take care of my kid. I want to go stay over in Colombia for a month, but I got to pick my kids up 2 weekends out the month or 3 weekends out the month. So, it's about balance. It's about doing what you have to do, and then everything else kind of fall. Look, man, I can't speak generally. I'd have to hear the specific situation, but it has a lot to do with just recognizing what's important in life. You see what I mean? That, in my opinion. And children are the number one when they're little. You got to give all your resources. So that's what my life revolves around at this point. Or at least some years back.
And okay, let's just, as you were speaking, when it comes to balance, and since we have a male predominant audience, it seems that you've even mastered the art of the what or who and when it came to women. I'm not talking about in the sense of, you pick the best of the best. I'm not talking about the type-ish. I'm talking about, it seems like you've learned to discipline yourself on the when to allow somebody into your life, and when there's time to kind of like go into monk mode, focus on what needs to be focused on, and then you can enjoy the fruits of your labor with the ladies. To where a lot of dudes do it opposite. They either let the women dictate what they're doing, how long they're going to be in. Like they'll come to Colombia knowing that they need to be back home for the kids, right? The ladies come first, and then they come with an excuse for the kids. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hold on, let me. So I come from a generation where we don't love them hoes. You understand? Right. And I just don't. I grew up around women who were prostitutes, boosters. And so I never held women up on a pedestal. I always saw them for who they were, human beings. I never thought women were sugar and spice and everything nice. I always thought they were human beings. You see what I mean? And so because of that, I could never, my queen mother goddess simp chip, as I call it, was never quite fully functional. I always saw women for who they were, the flawed human beings just like everybody else. So I'm not gonna put them up on the pedestal. See what I mean? That is what irritates a lot of women. But you were raised by a black mother. You were raised by yeah, but I never put you up on the pedestal because I saw her and I saw all the other women who were contemporary. Right. And so you're not gonna get that pedestal treatment from me. I'll treat you like a human being. I'll treat you like you're equal. That being the case, when I go overseas, women are the same. Just the location is different. You see, now don't get me wrong, I'm still a simp like the rest of you. You got a good woman cooking and cleaning, I'm gonna treat her good too. But Uncle D, you out here simping, man, that's terrible. But the other thing is, man, I love myself enough that I don't need to try to buy somebody's love and make them love me. On top of that, man, my children are the most important thing to me, not the love of some woman. Making sure that I'm right with God, making sure that I'm doing the Most High's, feeling the obligation that the Most High has for me on this earth in the limited time we've been. That's more important to me than pleasing some woman. That said, if you got a good woman, you should reward her. You should be do that. Of course, you should be kind to your woman. You should be respectful. You should also make sure she respects you. And so, for the most part, man, if you down there, if this woman that you're dealing with in Colombia, who you may or may not just met, thinks she can get you to not go see your kids, she not gonna respect you either. And she already gonna have in the back of her mind, if he treat his kids like this, he just met me, he gonna treat our kids like this. So you lose respect instantaneously. Women are the same around the world. They all wired the same. They just speak different languages, eat different food. They look a little different. They got different cultures, different habits. But at the end of the day, they all want the same things. And so, as I tell the brothers, there's no geographical solution for an emotional problem. You're a simp in the U.S., you're gonna be a simp in South America, Thailand, or whatever. It just the punishment might not be as harsh, but you still a simp. But nah, man, I just don't put women up on a pedestal because I never did. And that's what separates me from a lot of other black men, because we've been raised in that gynocratic matriarchal society that says you should worship women. But I just, it just didn't work. I don't do that. You know what I mean? And there's no woman. There's no woman. There's no woman more. There's no woman that's that beautiful is gonna make me give up or sacrifice my integrity. If that makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
It does, and I'm glad that early in the conversation that you mentioned that you kind of like expose and express yourself early, so no women can come back and say, well, I found out this about Dennis, or I found out that about Dennis. You've already put Dennis out there. And it's kind of funny that you would say that. I did the exact same thing when it came to I was kind of nervous when we first started YouTube. I was like, my past, and with that then 8 Mile came out.
8 Mile, right.
8 Mile came out, and Eminem kept losing the rap battles until he started putting his own business out there first, and nobody could come at him because he put it. The last battle was he talked about himself. Yes, I grew up in a trailer park. Yes, my mama on drugs. Yes, my dad. He put all his, and I was like, you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. Right. I'm gonna put it out there. So, and I'm going to use it as a tool of testimony. So anything that I use and I talk about now, guys and women have an almost appreciation for guys like you and I, because they're like, man, if these guys could overcome, then
Yeah.
so can I. So I appreciate that. That's another thing that I say that reminds me of me is the fact that you're transparent enough, but you don't use it in the sense of as a guard piece, but you use it in the sense of, guys, I did it. I'm just a regular dude from around the way. You guys can do it too.
Yeah, man. You know, the thing is, man, I got 3 books out that basically put my whole life out there. It's on Amazon. You want to read about me? Ain't no secret. And I tell my woman all the time, I don't love you enough to lie to you.
Right.
Me lying to you is me trying to spare your feelings. I don't love you like I'm not going to jeopardize my own integrity by lying to you to try to make you feel better. You ask me if you fat and your ass getting fat, you're fucking fat. Okay. If you want to know who this broad is, you can have my cell phone and hold on to it for a week. Anybody that call, you want to answer the phone and call them, talk to them. Yeah. But let me say something else. I also don't cheat. I don't advocate cheating. You're going to be in a relationship, be in a relationship. If you're going to cheat, if you need to cheat, get out the relationship and then go have all the women you want. See, I'm not lying to these women. Again, I don't love women enough to lie to them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to spare your feeling. When I'm gone, I'm gone. If you say something I don't like, I'm going to let you know I don't like. You want to leave? Baby, let me tell you what I'm going to be. I'm going to be on the first flight gone. You understand me? I told my fiance this. I said, look, baby, I'm not fighting no women for no more kids. If I did the co-parent with it, you want to leave with them kids, baby, let me tell you what, I'm going to be on the first flight to the DR. I'm going to get me the smallest apartment I can, somewhere in the north in Cabarete. And I'm not going to be bothered with you or the kids. Y'all can call me on Father's Day if you want to. If not, I'm good. And see, you get to that point in life. And that's why older women hate dealing with older men like me. They want to try to get a young dude. They hate dealing with, because we like, nah, baby, I don't move like that. Your little coochie don't do it for me. I don't eat your food like that. And I got my own money. I'm not asking you for anything. Company is nice. You see what I'm saying? But nah, man, I don't love no woman enough to lie to. I don't love this audience and nobody enough to lie to them.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? It's in the books. Read about it. Learn from it. I don't care. You see what I mean? I want you to read about my pain so you can associate that with yours, and you can say, man, if this man make it, I can make it too. So you know that it don't make sense hiding, and the world is too small. You see what I'm saying? And your past always catch up with you. Ask Mitt Romney. That's why he didn't become president. You know what I'm saying? He's a venture capitalist taking people's businesses and putting them out the business and breaking them apart and selling. That's why you come back. Yeah, man, I ain't lying to nobody. Yeah, I ain't got
what you're talking about.
And man, I ain't got to lie to you. Shit, hurt your goddamn feelings. No, bitch, a woman, I don't like you no more. Bye. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
it.
Let me
That's
cut it
it.
out.
Hey. Hey, Dennis, I'm going to tell you something for real. I noticed. I have been watching you for at least 50, 60 episodes, right? If not more. This is the first time I've ever seen you lean into the camera.
Yeah, man.
As soon as I talked about, well, what's with you balance with the ladies in it, you leaned into that camera and you threw that shoulder out front. You said, hey, I don't love these hoes like that. I ain't never seen you lean into the camera.
Yeah. No, I know them and they dirty draws too. Like I know
no doubt.
You are who you're, human beings. And I think that's what women, I think the difference between people like me and Umar Johnson, Dr. Umar Johnson, if you listen to his rhetoric, the brother says, oh, we need to protect the woman. Why? Because, she's making bad choices and it's not her fault she's making these bad choices. So it wasn't her fault that she chose this dude. So you basically say you're equating these women. You're saying women don't have the mental capacity to choose for themselves. That sounds like either they're stupid, they're imbecilic, or they're children. So you're basically, with your own words, demonstrating to us that you think that women are inferior to men. Oh no.
Yes,
that's chauvinist. That's chauvinist. They're gonna start calling them on that. I think women are equal in every regard. Until they prove me different, I'm gonna treat them accordingly.
There you go.
I'm gonna treat a woman just like I treat a man. There's some harsh realities out there for you. If you do this to me, I'm gonna give you this cold shoulder. If you do that, I'm gonna give you this cold foot. Look, treat them like they do. They're not gonna like it, but that's what they asked for. But the truth is, women are who they are. If you read your Bible, that's another thing. Read your Bible. Amen. A lot of brothers, y'all run away from the Bible is filled up with stories that tell you exactly how you need to interpret life and interpret people's moods and motives. It wasn't until I started reading my Bible when I was preparing my books that I really began to have a better understanding of my life and the world. You see what I mean? There's wisdom in that book, man. That's why it's the best seller of all time, whether you Christian
Man,
or not.
I keep my manual sitting right here, bro.
Baby.
My manual sitting right here. So
there it is,
yeah.
man.
5 o'clock every morning. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me hit these super chats real quick. We just got a couple of them. What's up, fellas? I appreciate you guys. Shout out to you, brother, for the $10 super chat. Let me see if I could Seek Wild. Tayo. I hope I pronounced it correctly, brother. Or
Sick with it, yo. Sick with it, yo.
Sick with it, yo. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's one of my ice lords. Shout out to all my ice lords in the chat room, man.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
They follow me around. They've been following me around all for the past couple of weeks, man. So
shout out man, that's what's up, man. I've been out of the States for so long. Out of all the slang vernaculars in terms of shout out to you, brother. Shout out to my man Jay Fleming as well in the building. Make sure you guys subscribe to this brother's channel. He's doing some great things globally, and he's trying to showcase men can do it on a positive scale as well.
Okay.
Salute to Uncle Dre and Uncle D in the building, as well as my boy Mike T representing. What's up, Dre? Winter is coming. Oh yeah, winter here.
Yeah.
Oh, it ain't coming. It's here. I just watched a Dennis, and I think I need to see you. I think I sent it to you, and I sent it to O'Shea. But it's an article that's out now, or video that came out of all these Black sister, modern women, independent women that are being laid off. The statistics is crazy. It's not just ESPN laying these ladies off that are they got a headline out saying that it's in record numbers. These sisters are being laid off that are the modern independent. You can't tell me nothing women. Yeah, it's crazy.
See, the thing is, brother, man, like there are good Black women out there. The problem is they haven't properly distinguished themselves from the shady ones, from the ratchet ones, from the degenerate ones. So we don't really know who to save. I know Black men that they are some of the nicest, kindest men on the planet. They so damn nice and kind. I tell them they too damn nice. But if we could distinguish the good ones from the no good ones, we would actually lend a helping hand to those good women. But they have not. They've done a poor job of separating themselves from the ratchet degenerates amongst us, and now you can't tell the difference. And until they come up out of her, as the Bible says, come up out of her, my people, then brothers are gonna keep, they be overseas. They out. See?
That's it?
Yeah, man. And nobody's trying to look for a steak in the trash bin.
No.
I mean,
no.
Yeah.
No, I just finished, even sisters are going overseas. I've got an interview lined up with a sister I met yesterday. She's about to have her first child, and she met her husband, Cali, Colombia. And got her man, and they living their life, enjoying themselves. They're very successful in business and everything. And so even some sisters are looking overseas. So, but as far as the men are concerned, let me ask you this, in all sincerity. If you weren't with the woman that you're with, we're doing a scenario. Your boys, they're going off to college and so forth and so forth.
Right.
What would be your scenario? Where would you be staying? Where would you be living? Would you still be in the States, or would you be part-time in the States? Or how would your scenario play out in the if factor?
I mean, so my situation is I got other people doing my work for me at my law office. I have a good time being online with you guys. I will be gone. Instead of be gone for a week, I'll be gone 2 or 3 months at a time.
Right.
At least a month and a half, maybe more. You know, whatever my visa would allow me to stay. Because there's really nothing here for me. You see, the only reason I'm even here now is because before Kevin Samuels passed away, he convinced me to join his group called The Mix. So I joined the group called The Mix. I met my lady. We kind of hit it off. Things moved on. We end up together. I decided, you know what? I'll give a serious relationship another chance. She's Afro-Latina. So, you know, I always tell the brothers, my preference for you is to get with women who have African descent, whether they be Black American, Afro-Caribbean, West Indian, African, South American, Brazilian, whatever. That's my preference for you. But at the end of the day, Go with whoever brings you peace and whoever you love and whoever you mesh with. Nevertheless, nah, man, I'll be Ghost, baby. I'll be Casper on all these folks, man. Yeah, I would be. You know, I had a place in Bogota. I was in Parque 93, which is a place in the center of Bogota. I had a villa up in the Puerto Plata province in DR. I would take
that was a nice villa.
Yeah, man, I'll take a cab down to Santo Domingo, take that 5 o'clock flight over to Bogota. My taxi driver would pick me up, take me to my apartment. I'll party there for a little while, a couple of days, my nice apartment. And then I go home, pick my kids up. So, man, I was going to the DR doing that trip like once a month. So every month. Yeah, so I mean, I would, like some dudes like, yeah, every 3 months, every month. I would be 2 weeks overseas. So now that my kids are on their way to college, and I'm Ghost, baby. I mean, what's the point? Why am I here? Put the money in the bank. I'm good. Everything can be done remote. Now it's even better because post beer virus, you really can work remotely. Hell, we doing depositions. They even had trials by Zoom. I'm not saying I would do that, but I got other lawyers doing my work for me. I got associates. So yeah, man, I would be gone, man. There's nothing holding me here. Even my fiance knows once she gets this law degree, we're gonna be mobile. See what I mean? Get your law degree, I think maybe I'll move to Miami, or maybe I'll stay here, but I'm getting my papers and I'm gonna be a citizen of the DR. Because I paid for her to get her citizenship in the DR because she didn't have that at first. I'm like, nah, this is part of the game plan, baby girl.
That's right.
I mean? I'm gonna get my papers. I'm getting my papers in reverse. You know what I'm saying? And but I wouldn't be here, brother. There's nothing here. A stolen people on a stolen land will never have peace.
Say that again.
A stolen people on a stolen land will never have peace. You black men have to understand something. I want you to hear me out. This is always and always will be a white people's country. We might have helped build it for free. You see what I mean? And we're entitled to stay here, but you're never gonna feel like you belong. You will feel like you belong when you go somewhere and you immerse yourself in the culture where everybody look like you. Unless you open up your mouth, they won't even know you. They won't even know you're not from there. And when you start having those sort of feelings, it's hard to come back to this where you're the outsider, where you gotta worry that the police are pulling you over just because of the color of your skin. You don't feel that in some of those places in Brazil where you're surrounded by other people. You don't feel that in the DR. You don't feel that in Colombia, out in some of those places where everybody is brown or some version of brown. It's a different vibe. And once you get hooked on that, man, once you take that vitamin, man, you can't never get off of it. So I'm Ghost. I mean, I'm telling y'all now, I've been telling people for a minute, at some point, I'm gonna be gone.
It's gonna be a whole new background, whole new chair.
At some point, I'm gonna say, look, y'all can have anybody wants to have my broadcast, my new followers. Set your StreamYard up to it, y'all. What happened to Uncle D? Uncle D is gone, baby. Somewhere speaking Spanish, drinking pineapple juice on the beach somewhere.
Hey, I'm not mad at you, brother.
Yeah, because here's the other thing, man. Let's say you escape. What about your children and your grandchildren? We need to re-immerse ourselves back into the black diaspora. We need to get lost. See, we are lost people. We need to get found. How do we find ourselves? We immerse ourselves in a sustainable culture with other black and brown people so our children can survive. See, it's hard if you get you a white girl. You get one of them white girls from Wisconsin and you try to move her down to Brazil. They're like, yeah, I don't know. But if you get you one down, you get you a fine brown skinned woman, them kids gonna look just like everybody else. They're gonna speak the language. They might have that American daddy, but in a couple of generations, your people are safe. You see what I mean? So you have successfully reintroduced your lineage back into your people. You see what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. Other people might see it differently. But I'm in the legacy and I want my children and my children's children to be safe in this world we live in.
Oh yeah, definitely. Shout out to all you guys that showed up. We got 111 in here. Make sure you got 111. Click that like button. You know how we always say, I like you, make sure you like us too. So at the end of the day, guys, make sure you click that like button. Also, make sure if you haven't subscribed to the channels, whether it be Dennis's channels or whether it be Love Crossing Borders, or If you guys haven't subscribed to other channels that some of these guys have created, such as Jay Fleming, such as Los with Crypto, Let's Learn Crypto, make sure you subscribe to support Black male channels. I'm telling you, people don't realize that Black male channels, we make up less than 6% of all YouTube channels that are out here. So do realize, take advantage of this. We write less than 3% of the books in the United States. So whenever we write books or anything or write courses, guys, support us. And I'm going to say something I constantly say. When I sit back and I see you guys leave these platforms or Black male platforms, there's nothing wrong with going to the ladies. But when we see Six to Goddess get $100 super chat, $100 super chat, $100 super chat, $100 super chat from the same guys that watch our live streams, something's going on. So make sure that you support Black male content just as ready as you support the sisters content. We support the sisters. We want to make sure that you guys realize that Black male content is out here to build you up and give you more. One thing that you just said, Dennis, that kind of stood out is when it came to your fiance, she knows what the game plan is. And I'm gonna tell you why I said that's important. A lot of guys come here to Colombia, or they go to Brazil, or they go to other locations, and they don't have a true game plan to share with the woman that they're interested in. So now, when it doesn't work out, it's all based on assumptions. Well, I assume she would not want to go to the States, or I assume that she would want to go to the States, or a lot of guys are living by assumptions instead of communication. And I noticed that subconsciously, easily, you just said my wife, my future wife, fiance, she knows the blueprint. That's how me and my wife Andrea work. We work by communication of knowing what the next future steps are. No surprise acts, no surprise movements. But a lot of guys, when it comes to dating, you don't even have to be getting married. Even if you're dating somebody, they don't have a direction that they want to take this thing when it gets serious. And I like the fact that you said that she knows.
Yeah, man. I told my woman, and I've told other women this before that I was dating. I said, look, this is a train. It's headed that way. You got a first class seat on this train if you want it. Okay, but it's gonna go that way. You can't dictate the speed. You definitely can't dictate the direction. We're going that way. If you want to go that way, hop on this train. You'll sit in first class. You'll live a good life. It'll be luxurious. At any point when you want to get off, we will stop this train and let you off. You see what I'm saying? But you're not going to stop me from going that way. In other words, I already have a game plan. Okay? I'm not looking for a co-pilot. I'm not looking for an assistant. What was that? I'm not looking for a power couple. I'm looking for a help meet. Okay? And the word help meet, if you look at the Hebrew word help meet, it means Izer, E-Z-E-R, and I believe it's Keningo. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. Kenegdo. And it suggests that God created a wife as a counterpart. Okay. And the word help is to serve, but that second part, meet or Kenego, is to rescue. So what does that mean, man? It means that your wife is there to help you and rescue you and not save you, but help you with the things you need help with while you fulfill your obligation to the Most High. What is your purpose? That's what you should be doing. And that's why you need a helpmate. You said something earlier. You said that men oftentimes put the cart before the horse.
True.
You said that they and I want to paraphrase your words a little bit, but basically women are there to distract you. They're there to calm you down. You working hard. I tell my woman all the time, you doing what you're supposed to do, all these hugs and goddamn kisses. I ain't this goddamn friendly. Y'all up on me all the time, but you're doing what you're supposed to do. That's your job. Your job is to make sure I eat, take my blood pressure pills. She got me some new pills and put my ass to sleep at night.
I got mine right here.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, that's your job. But you don't need a woman like that if you haven't got up and started driving your train. You see what I'm saying? You don't need a woman to distract you when you still putting the tracks down. You don't need a woman distraction. You still trying to learn how to operate this thing called life. You need to get going, get headed in your direction, get a firm destination, and say, hey, you know what? You can help me out here. You know what I mean? And a lot of brothers do it. They think they need a woman to build with. No, you need to go ahead and build, and then she can help you maintain what you're doing. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's just a distraction. But yeah, man, I tell my woman, I told her off top, look, this is where I'm headed. I'm gonna send you to law school. You can help me with that. And you can help me with this. You're gonna practice immigration law. I'm gonna send you these cases. You're gonna make $200,000 or $300,000 your first 3 years. And we're gonna be mobile. You're gonna get the extra law degree so you can teach in Miami or wherever the hell you want to teach. Get your immigration papers straight out of DR, become a citizen. You can teach down there because I'm Ghost. You see what I mean? I'm building you up to be a help to me. You see what I mean?
Right.
You part of the plan. I'm not gonna wait around. I'm not gonna be part of your plan. You're gonna be part of my plan.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
No.
And that's just how it is, man. And you gotta. And when you get a woman that's cooperative and not competing with you, that works. It's hard to do that with an American woman because they've been told, number one, don't depend on a man. You can't trust these ninjas. You see what I'm saying? So it's hard to build. You can't get a helpmeet out of a hoe. You see what I mean? Hoe got her own game plan. She out for number one. So it's just something to think about, man. It's a lot, baby. I could sit up here and philosophize about this all night, baby.
Oh yeah, man. It's kind of funny. Everything that you're saying is the same thing, the same concepts that I've been using and other men that have been successful overseas are using. Because a lot of times I'll say this: do the principles of Kevin Samuels apply overseas? Do the principles of Andre apply overseas? Do the principles of Dennis or Obsidian or O'Shea apply? Because I'm overseas. So I got to know even if these principles are only stateside principles or do these principles apply overseas? Much of what Kevin was talking to was the westernized American women. So a lot of what he was talking about applies over in the States because mainly it's a lot easier in some of the other countries to find traditional women that you don't have to have a Kevin Samuels convincing them that the average guy is a good catch.
That's because in Colombia, the women like the men and the men like the women.
This is true.
See, you don't have to convince somebody to like you if they already like you, right? You get off the plane and you talk to a pretty girl and she smiles back at you and she don't run off from you. That means she's used. We like men down here. Kevin was trying to convince us to try how to talk to women who don't really like men. See what I'm saying? They don't see the need for men. They might want to have a man around. But look, man, Kevin, God bless his soul, man. He had an uphill battle. He was doing a great job. I wasn't a believer. I wasn't a believer at first. I ain't gonna lie. But he kind of convinced me. But then when he passed away, it's like, man, that's it. And see, here's the other thing I want y'all to understand, man. So I'm Generation X. I don't know what your generation is.
Come on, X for life.
Okay. So we are the last generation that was what they call race loyal, in that we're the last generation, not the millennials. Not what's the other ones called down there?
Millennials, Gen Z.
They are not race loyal. Okay. Black American men and women from generation was the last keep it real generation. The rest of them are gonna go about their business. Kevin Samuels came from Generation X. He wanted to see black men in America and black women from America get together. Foundational Black American men, as they call it. Me, I'm like, look, man, I'm happy if you get your sister from wherever. I just want your kids to look like their grandparents. I want you to be able to see your ancestors in the face of your children. Right. But if that don't work, baby, get whoever loves you and treats you well. Sometimes you can get with somebody just because of the color of their skin and you getting triggered and you ain't happy. It's about peace of mind and happiness. Period. That's it. Because I don't want you to feel like you're doing time in a relationship. You don't have that level of obligation. Kevin did his best. He's not here anymore. You know what I mean? He was their last hope. And I think that's kind of what we talked about. That's the backstory on that clip that you played earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wrap. And I'm not here to save him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to try to convince them. I'm just here to try to convince my brothers Brothers, you're not stuck here. Don't get frustrated. Don't lash out. There's other places for you to go. And that's my obligation to my brother. I'm not your leader. I'm simply a pathfinder. It's the path I chose. I just want you to know there's hope out there, because guess what happened to black men when they feel hopeless? They lash out. Who do they lash out? Not at the white man, not at the white woman, not at the black woman. They lash out at the black man.
Yeah, they do.
And so who's up for it? Me and my sons. So what I do is purely for self-interest. Okay, I want you brothers to find peace of mind and happiness, so you don't destroy other black men's lives. And the life I say may be my own or that of my children. But yeah, you know, brother, that's it, baby. Yep.
All right, let's hit a couple more super chats. We got my man Bougie in the building with the "for the love of the game," like in the words of the lead attorney, the $20 super chat, as well as my man Growth Talk with Kofi. He said, I hope I said it correct, Kofi. Thank you both. Andre, you confirmed my thoughts on travel and business. Big ups to the Blizzard King. Shout out to you, brother. A Growth Talk. Let me know if that's a YouTube channel title. If it is, drop your channel in the comments so the rest of us can subscribe to your channel. Thanks again for your super chat, brother, as well. Make sure if that's a YouTube channel, drop it in so we can all subscribe and support you as well. One of the things I like what you said in regards to, men being, using travel. If you can't find what you're looking for in the States, there are other countries where women will support you. A perfect example. I just read an article. I think I sent that one to you too.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The brother that just got the surgery. I don't know if I sent it to you. I gotta send
it. Brother from Turkey, he just added 7 inches on. He was
7 inches. The brother was 5'5".
Yeah.
And he went to Turkey and paid $80,000.
Now he could have went to Colombia, where 5'6" is probably taller than the average man.
Yes, he is.
One of the finest women.
Yes, he could have.
You see what I'm saying? Like, look, man, all my chunky brothers, all my height challenge brothers, all my brothers who think they not handsome enough. Let me tell you something. Shout out to all the fellas in Colombia. Them some of the ugliest dudes I've ever met. Them Colombian men are some of the ugliest men I've ever met, with bellies and everything, but they get treated with so much respect.
With the battlefield.
And they got so many beautiful women. As they say in Colombia, there's no such thing as ugly girls, only poor girls.
Yeah, that's it.
That means, if they don't get it naturally, they're gonna get a doctor to put it on for them. But nevertheless, it's filled with beautiful women. I think, what is the average Colombian one? 5'2", 5'1"?
Yep. Five, about on average about 5'5". So even if he had come to Colombia, he would have been an average height, because the average Colombian woman is between 5'3" and 5'5". Yeah. So he'd have still been. And I see some of the dudes down here be with the hottest 5'9" female, and he ain't nothing but 5'7", 5'6". Yeah. And this is the part that gets me about Colombia. Women be glowing. They're so happy with these dudes.
Man,
they don't be walking. Yeah.
My taxi driver got more respect from his wife than I got from mine, and I'm a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? So I know I'm doing something. Shout out to Mr. Alexander. Brother, man, I'm about an hour into this, man. I can't be here too much longer, brother, but I wanted to make it through.
You know what? I'm going to let you go. What I'm going to do, guys, we're going to let Dennis go. For the guys that weren't here earlier, we're going to show the clip in regard for that we showed earlier in regards to Dennis and the Passport Bro movement and where things are going right now. It's like a 2-minute clip. After that, I'm going to put the invitation I just put the stream invitation. Anybody that wants to come up and talk about the clip that we're going to be showcasing after Dennis leaves. Once again, this Thursday.
Yes.
7 o'clock on Dennis Spurling's channel.
Yeah.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock Central.
7 o'clock Central Time. Chicago time.
Chi-town.
New York time is 8 o'clock. California time is 5 o'clock, man. Y'all make sure you check out Co-Parenting with the Sperling. Shout out to everybody, man. Thank you guys for so much, man. Big shout out to you, Andre Love Crawley. Shout out to your beautiful, lovely wife, man. I wish you well. We all aspire to be like you. I'm blessed in that I found a a good woman that, this is definitely the best relationship I've ever had. And I think a lot of brothers, man, when you approach it, right, you too, man. So, man, big shout out to the Passport Bros, man. There's hope out there, fellas. Hope out there. But y'all check the show out, man, because you look, man, you ask me all these, how you do that as a father? It's a lot. Watch the show. You got 16 weeks. We taking over Thursday night, man, all the way up through October.
All right, great guys. Make sure you guys subscribe to this channel. We're about to let Brother Spurling go. We appreciate the Blizzard King being here this evening, and we're about to showcase the clip from earlier that we showcased that many of you guys didn't get a chance to see.
Somebody type winter is coming in the chat room. Somebody type winter is coming in the chat room. He tried to tell her, and they castigated the brother for that. They disrespected him. They called him a fool. They called him misogynist. Kevin Samuels knew it was coming. He knew about Passport Bros. He knew if I don't get these women in line and make them suitable for marriage, for high-value black men, guess what's going to happen? They're going to go find women in other countries. They're going to find women in other ethnicities. Black men are making more money. Therefore, we're demanding more. You already breached the contract, sister. I'm telling you, come back to the table now. Lower your expectations. Pick you one of these dudes up right now because winter is coming. Somebody type winter is coming in the chat room. And the worst thing that happened for these lovely ladies, even though they cheered when he died, was his death. The worst thing that happened for Black American women was the death of Kevin Samuels, because every night he was doing his part to convince black men, I'm gonna give them a little bit longer. I'm gonna wait around a little bit longer. I see Kevin Samuel making headway. I'm gonna wait around a little bit longer. And then he died. And then there was no more. All the simps came in. All the suckers and simps came in. And see, we told you. And they laughed at him. But what Black Americans didn't realize, Black American women didn't realize, was that was the only thing holding back the floodgates of these Passport Bros. Do you hear me? See, I let y'all know who Kevin Samuels was days and weeks after he passed. This man loved black women. This man loved black people. That's why he had the Saturday suit days. He wanted to see black men do better and black women do better and them to come together. That's why he held so many women of other ethnicities out of his Facebook group called The Mix, so he could give black women a chance. He literally was holding back tens of thousands of women who wanted to join this group and get them one of those high-value black men. That's what he was doing. He was holding them back. And then he passed away. And the brother said, you know what? Ain't no more hope. But you know what? We have options. Somebody type, we have options in the chat room. Somebody type Passport Kings in the chat room. Somebody type Passport Bros in the chat room. Somebody type catch flights, not feelings in the chat room. And that's what you see happening now. See, once Kevin Samuels passed away, brothers was like, oh, well, I'm done.
Absolutely correct. And so what we're going to do is, based off of everything that Dennis just mentioned, he mentioned several things, and I want to hear what you guys have to say. So after I go through this list of four things that women are regretting right now. Yeah, your cousin, aunties, female co-workers, a lot of people's mamas, a lot of people's sisters are regretting right now. A lot of independent women, a lot of the modern women, even some of the LGBTQ women. These are the four things that they are regretting today. And I want to hear what you have to say about it. First thing, we're going to come to Andrew in the super chat. First thing is that he mentioned the death of Kevin Samuels. I want to hear what you guys' opinion are. Since it's been over a year, I want to hear what your opinion is when it comes to the death of Kevin Samuels and how women now no longer have an armor bearer. They no longer have a diet. Kevin Samuels was the last diet pill that women had. Women could sit back and say, I could swallow this pill and get me a good man if I follow what Kevin said. No more diet pills. No more armor bearer. Nobody holding up the shield for women. Number 2, passport bros. I want to hear what you guys have to say, because the passport bro movement has exploded. We all on the news. We all on on every other YouTube channel. We're all over. Now you got, make sure you follow Black Men's Travel, my man Aaron, because Black Men's Travel, he has an app now for BMT. Black Men's Travel, now you got passport bros with apps now. The third thing is simps. I want to hear what you guys have to say about whether it be simp content creators or simps that's in the communities still giving these women hope, even though Kevin said, listen, the worst thing that can happen to you is a man that agrees with you all the time. The worst thing that can happen to a woman, not domestic violence, that's bad. Not losing a job, that's bad. Other than childbirth, the worst thing that can happen to a woman is a man that agrees with everything she says. She'll never be able to be the best woman that she could be, because a man that agrees with everything she says will be her downfall. And the last thing that's impacting women right now that I want to hear what you guys have to say is all these job losses and evictions. Number 1 people that are being fired from their job are women. Number 1 individuals that are being evicted right now, women. So I want to hear what you guys have to say. So I'm going to put the link in the description one more time for some of you guys to come up in regards to those 4 things: Kevin Samuels' death, passport bro movement, simps, as well as the economy in the United States. How all of those are impacting women all at the same time. You talking about a tornado? Woo! A tornado. Shout out to my man Andrew in the building with the 40,000 pesos Colombian. And so he says, salute kings, like the Blizzard King. He said, I love being the bad boy. And it keeps the unnecessary BS away. Absolutely correct. Traveling is therapeutic. And sometimes every Black man should be doing. Always support Black Man Media. Great show. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. I appreciate you always being here too, brothers. And all you guys that are always here. We got 112 in the live stream. Make sure you guys click that like button. I like you. Make sure you like us too. Anybody that wants to come up, feel free to come up. If you're not interested, you can hear my mouth for maybe another 20 minutes, and then I'll let you guys get ready for work in the morning. But if you're interested in showcasing your concerns, like I said, first of all, the death of Kevin Samuels. I saw this coming. First of all, men have come to the conclusion there's not going to be another Kevin Samuels. Ain't nobody that crazy to get in that position. Nobody's going to take time out of their lives or give up their passports just so they can stay in the States and tell women all you got to do is act like you got some dang sense and you can get a good man. Those days are over. When Kevin left, that mindset as far as trying to convince women, that's done. That's done. Shout out to my man B-Lo in the building.
Hey Andre, how you been?
I'm doing pretty good, brother. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm just thinking about last time we talked to each other. It's been a couple months, hasn't it?
It has, actually has.
Yeah, so it's good to see that you're doing great. You look amazing.
I'm trying my best, man. You know, the wife keeping me on point, got me drinking tea instead of alcohol all the time. So I'm doing good.
Like, I got to say it right now. I just got to say it to you, Mr. Andre, and maybe you can give me some more insight on this, sir. But okay. Is it just me, or the fact that it's crazy how they don't realize that the men that they really need in society are the men, especially when it comes to protection, are leaving. So now it's crazy. They scream how they don't need a man, how they can take care of themselves. We are seeing that is not true. That is not true at all. That is falling on its face in real time. I'm in Florida. You know I'm in Florida.
Shout out to us Florida boys.
I've seen car repossessions, evictions. I've seen multiple, because Mecca for investments for companies and investors. I've seen so many houses triple and quadruple the rent, kicking people out, landlords left and right, absolutely cutthroat. I've seen businesses that were multi-million-dollar businesses. You know who the first people they fire? The women.
Yes, they do.
I've seen multiple women laid off all at the same time by jobs. I've seen cruise lines. I've seen vacation spots and tourist attraction locations that normally hire women for like the basic maintenance or call centers, fire them too. I have seen. Matter of fact, here's something that I never thought that I would see that I just recently seen. I have seen elderly women. Hear me out. Elderly women in retirement villas. In retirement villas, getting kicked out.
Wow.
I have never seen that in my life.
Wow. You know what? And I work with the elderly on our other channel, and I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, most people have no idea. Like I'm always
right, see it.
I see it like and I don't just see it, but I deliver to a lot of these people. I help a lot of them with basic contracting and entertainment. You know, in Florida, that's how we make a lot of our money, is just being around the people like that. So to see it first, like, because a lot of the times, a lot of the things that go on in America, it happens here first. You know, so like the next thing that I'm starting to see happen is I couldn't tell you how many women are getting turned down despite having Section 8 vouchers. They can't get housing.
That's I did hear about that.
They can't get housing. That ain't even the end of it. They are slowly stopping to give them food stamps and EBB and EBT cards. Like,
wow,
it's some truly terrifying stuff on to see down here. I'm genuinely sick to my stomach. I have never seen so many homeless women in the last 2 years since COVID in my life.
But here's the part. Those women that criticize women in other countries are gonna that have no programs at all, that have no food stamps, that have no WIC, that have no Section 8, and the women in the United States had per se all that for years, and could criticize other women in other countries. They're now going to start feeling the pinch of what a lot of mothers go through in other countries. That, okay, child support is not enough. I don't have any WIC. I don't have any of this. How do I survive being a mother in other countries, in the United States, if I have to do it like women in other countries do it?
They're not ready for that, Andre. They're not ready. They aren't ready. Like, oh my God. Like, you know what? As a matter of fact, there's one more thing I got to tell you. Oh my goodness. This one really breaks my heart. This one really breaks my heart. So recently, right? We have been dealing with Florida. People in the comments, yes, I'm in Florida. From Tampa, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, all those places, right? But here's the thing that has really just killed me all the way through to my heart, break my heart. I couldn't tell you, as of recently, there are now, they have officially set up a whole program for investors down here to where people can't even really buy houses that much anymore. The investors are coming down here and buying entire neighborhoods. You can only rent to own. And if you don't have the first and last month's installment to pay, you can't even move in. These women can't even get people to help them get the installments to need so they can move into a house. It is absolutely friggin' insane. And if that isn't bad enough, guess what the women are now being forced to do now? They are living in their cars. As if that is, and not only are they living in their cars, but they're getting their cars repossessed at a rapid rate. Like and look, as if that wasn't bad enough, there's one more thing I got to share with you. Now, if anybody knows here, a lot of the pharmaceuticals that are distributed all throughout America come here in Florida. We a lot of the times we're a big testing bag for a lot of experimentation and drugs and medicines and everything else. Let me tell you this right now. They are discontinuing half of their continued support when it comes to medication. Women are literally going insane. They are no longer allowing half of the normal medications that are either over the counter or are paid by their insurance because of the flood and the recent hurricane incident that we happened. A lot of insurance companies after they paid like after you see what I'm talking about? After remember the hurricane that just passed? Do you know how many insurance companies left that were supposed to pay people? We have so many lawsuits. We have so many lawsuits right now, Mr. Andre. I couldn't tell you. A lot of those insurance companies are dual insurance companies that also happen to give medical supplies. Many women daily, and I mean this daily, literally live off of antidepressants, insulin, you name it. These women that need help, and these women have been literally pulled under the rug. They can't get medication. I couldn't tell you right now. We have so many women right now that are dying of heart disease. We have women right now that are dying because they lack the money they need for insulin. We have women right now literally going crazy because they no longer have antidepressant medication. And guess what the alternative is that they're going to? They're drinking alcohol. And they're going crazier into stupids. I am telling you this right now. I don't know what this women are saying that they're happier being single, but I'm letting you know right now, America is collapsing, and I'm watching it in real time, and these women will not survive. I am saying it to you purely out of love. It has nothing to do with any type of dismay or problems that I may have with a black woman. I'm saying this because I am genuinely terrified for their well-being. Genuinely terrified.
Yeah, I it's kind of funny that a few of the things that you mentioned, I just read the articles on over the last couple of weeks. That's probably the craziest things. Let's get ready to give an introduction to my man Sigma Black in the building. But Sigma, give me a moment just to give a shout out to my man Calvin in the building. He said, "What's up, brother?" He said, "Keep preaching the gospel." As well, I thank for the super chat, brethren. I appreciate that, Cal. And also CS, I hope that's South Carolina. But CS Talk, he says, "Salute, brother Andre. Great show with the Blizzard King." Yes, Dennis Spurling is excellent in what he does. And so we're going to make sure we support his channel by making sure that we are there on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock Eastern watching his show and learning more about Dennis. And shout out to my man Barry's in the building for the, oh man, we got the, hey Barry, is that a pound? We got the pound or the euro? Let me know. Hey, Barry, let me know where you're located. Supporting Black Men Contact. Big ups. Andre and Andrea love crossing borders. Shout out to you, Barry. I appreciate that, brother. Let me know where you're located. Shout out to you. All right, so we got my brother in the building. Let me move this super chat out of the way. Shout out to you, Sigma.
Hey, what's up, man?
Doing pretty good, man. How's your evening going?
It's good, man. They're throwing up firecrackers over here because July 4th, so this is annoying.
Oh yeah. You know what? I forgot July 4th was because you guys celebrated this past weekend, so I forgot about the fact that this is officially the 4th.
Yeah. It's all it's New York City over here, where I live at, and so it's like all up and down the block, all these kids running around and. You know how it is, man. Like it's just kids just doing kids right now, man. So
without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm from Dennis Sperling's panel, and so that's how I knew he was going to be up here. But I'm listening to brother talk about what's going on, and Kevin Samuels warned about this. I invest. I would say I'm an intermediate investor. I'm not really like out there. I listen to people and listen to investments and things like that. And they also throw in like what's going to be happening in the next couple of years. Since 2022, we've been predicting a Black Monday or we call a Bloody Sunday, right? Right. For the United States, and to hear the brother talk about this, it's like it's bringing all back those conversations all over again in my head. And they always said the first group of people who are going to be affected are going to be the women, because they do soft jobs. Soft jobs are not critical jobs. And no, nursing is not a soft job. They're going to be fine. Those women are going to be fine. But things like daycare, service jobs, like restaurant, working in the restaurants and things like that, they are going to get hit hard, especially when they become automated. And it's just like Dennis Spurling said it before. Are you prepared to step over the dead bodies? I've been actually preparing myself since 2022. So I'm really emotionally prepared to see it now.
It's amazing that you would say that. I just today read the article on how many I'm talking about women that major positions in corporations that have been laid off, that were the head of the diversity training programs.
Yes.
During the Trump administration and during the early Biden administration, they hired all these sisters to be the heads of the diversity program for AT&T or for Disney or whatever it may be. Those ladies have been laid off. I mean, across the country. Because
have you seen? Let me just hop in for a second. We have an Amazon fulfillment center, probably 20 or 30 miles from where I live. And I'm not talking about one of those normal fulfillment. I'm talking about a major distributor fulfillment center. We're talking about the ones that are about a half mile long and about a half mile wide, that have over 2,000 to 3,000 employees in them all at one time. I'm sure y'all probably saw an article on it now that I'm thinking about it. They just did a massive layoff of over 1,500 employees there.
I did not know that.
Come on now.
Wow.
See, and this,
and I know, and the funny part is, I've been to that. When I was in Tampa when they first opened it up, off of 75. So I know exactly which one you're talking about. It's like, if I'm not mistaken, it's close to the Sarasota, Bradenton, all that area.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And that's the crazy part about it.
I've been there a couple times, and you're right, it's humongous. And wow, to see that many people laid off, man.
And guess how many of them? 80% of them were women.
Wow.
80%. I'm gonna tell you why 80% of them were specifically women. It's because they got to the point now to where, and I'm gonna say this right now, and I'll be the first one to say it. People need to realize the first jobs that AI are going to replace are going to be the soft jobs that are essential. Amazon has been paying thousands upon trillions of dollars for AI software. They have now officially started implementing that technology. Half of those jobs are now being ran by AI technology, and they're starting to do it in pharmaceutical programs. They're starting to do them at hospitals. As a matter of fact, they're starting to implement them as a part of everyday curriculum in universities. You know why? Because down here at FSU, I have a cousin who happens to be working on becoming a doctor, and they're teaching him how to use AI to do basic medical forms of treatment.
Wow.
Those women are out of there. Look, I love my ladies. I'll always have a spot. I love women. I want the best for them. But I'm going to say this right now. I don't care what no one says. Hard, labor-intensive, mandatory jobs that are needed to run and maintain our society will always be a predominant job facilitated by men. That is a fact. When it comes time to perform, and when it comes time to say, look, we got to trim the fat and we need performance over comfort, the women will always be. I don't care. You can use affirmative action as a justification all you want to, but last time I checked, when it was time for Elon Musk to buy Twitter, and he said, "Okay, ladies, time to get up off your ass and you got to work." All of them were fired, and majority of them that remained were the men.
I saw a photo before and after. A Twitter,
and. My younger sibling was a bricklayer, and he was a bricklayer, and he was working on a house, 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 and he was working
Uh-huh.
You know how many women you know how many women worked in that company that he was doing bricklaying? 2 out of 300. 300 men, 2 women, and they worked in the office. Now imagine when those 2
Wow.
women lose their jobs, when the big boss decides to incorporate some sort of AI technology, and they bring in one guy to do both their jobs, and he uses AI. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is where we're going, and this has been predicted since 2019, 2020. This has been predicted. I got data, articles upon articles on call. I just love learning about AI and robotics, and
Right.
they got machines now with hands like me and you, like ours, and they're drawing, they're typing, they're doing it all, and they now, you know, thanks to the graphene. I don't know if you know about anything about graphene, but graphene is a form of is probably one of the most strongest minerals right now, but it also is a great conductor. It's a great conductor for energy, and also sensing. So now it's also what helped create these fingers for the robotics, these fine fingers that's like human fingers. Pretty much do the same thing: type, play the piano, draw, pick up objects. You know, all these jobs are about to be automated, man. All of them.
Yeah, I've actually been studying lately how to create a AI automated agency to help businesses online create automated AI processes for themselves. So I've been studying it myself to actually build another branch of our business into the AI sector ourselves. So you guys are absolutely correct in regards to the direction that AI is taking. I just finished sending a video to a brother that's a trucker, and he was showing how the ports, when the ships are coming in, all that was automated by AI. Not one person lifted anything on the. You saw no human, nothing. You saw the boats being unloaded, literally by robotics and AI. It was the crazy, and this was just over the last couple of days.
Yeah,
wow.
And I'm saying this right now. You know, still with all that going on, manual labor jobs, the heavy intensive plumbing, going into the sewer systems, are all still going to be done by men.
Most definitely.
By men. They tried to make it automated to do that, but it just kept on breaking down. The machines kept on breaking down. So, you know, and it costs more to try to replace them than, you know, having a human do it. So that's why those jobs are going to remain. So to me,
it's crazy. Like right now, those essential works, they're pennies to the dollar. They're doing whatever they can to reduce the value of those jobs. Those jobs, before long, will become some of the most highest paid jobs because they're going to be considered they're going to be considered specialized tier jobs because they know that AI can't replace those types of work.
Correct.
They're going to make and the sad part about this is what I hate so much about this is that I don't want to see, you know, women suffer the way that we men have suffered. I wouldn't wish that on any woman, none whatsoever. I already know the level of stress and pain that can go through just a man's body, but for a woman's body, that's a whole different ballgame. So my question to you, and maybe you can give me some clarity on this, Andre. What do you think? How do you think this ends for women in the next 10 years? Because I don't see how this story ends in a positive way, because as of right now, in my mind, I am genuinely scared. If Black men are the number one homelessness rate, well, in the last couple of years, our homeless rate is going down. But women's homeless rate are going up. I don't know what to do with that.
I really think in my mind, that's why I was writing down also. It's kind of funny that you would go in that direction, as I was just thinking. I really believe that just as men have a primal, primitive side about us, women have a primal, primitive side about them. And I really think it may not happen in my lifetime, But I really think the next wave or the new evolution of the traditional woman will hit the United States because economically they can't keep up. It's not women right now don't realize men are not your competition anymore. It's robotics and AI is your competition. AI can do what you do in a matter of moments, women, and it doesn't need to be sitting around having coffee lattes and cappuccinos and gossiping at the same time, having under air conditions with his boobs hanging out, doing that job. AI can do that in a matter of moments. And so now with so many women being laid off, so many women being into being have their cars repoed, so many women losing their apartments, it's going to go back to their primal nature. Their primal nature is what? Ours is survival. Our primal nature is the survival of our family, of our cultures, of our legacies. That's our primal and of self, of course. That's our primal nature. Women's primal nature is, I need a man. A woman's primal nature is not get out here, I'm gonna do it on my own. I'm gonna get out here and I'm gonna build this, and that's not their primal nature. You're gonna see some women go to the entrepreneurial route and they'll succeed. Not all, but many. But it won't be enough to make up for all that have become homeless. Think about it. It's not coincidental. Women are the number one being laid off. Women are the number one when it comes to unemployment. Women makes up 2/3 of all college debt. Women are the ones that are losing their Women are the ones that are losing, getting their cars repoed. I mean, when Kevin said winter is coming, if any of us were Game of Thrones fans, when that winter finally came, all hell broke loose. That last episode, man, of Game of Thrones, when that winter finally came, they kept talking about it, building up 5 seasons. And when you finally got a chance to see that final season and winter finally came, that's what it's like for these women. They just thought Kevin was just talking junk, because it's easy to watch Kevin talk crazy on the screen while you glancing up and looking at your degree on the wall. But now there is no more wall because you've been evicted. There is no more cars to go out to because they repossessing those cars. Don't worry about that car because you ain't got a job. And your degree, that sheepskin, that's the only thing that you have left for bragging rights. And I truly believe that in the next 10 to 15 years, women will go back to their primal nature. And that's depending on the man. Now, here's the kicker. Are we as men going to sit back and allow them to, now we go to the simp portion of the conversation. Are we going to let them just come in with pretty faces and pretty pussy and just take our money, when knowing after all those years, for almost 40, 50 years, they even brought back Color Purple again. They about to drop that again. They talked about us and belittled us. Now that they're going to be in a position to where they need us again, technically, we got passports. Do we need them? That's going to be the question. It's not going to be a question about what's going to go on with the women. The question is, now men are going to be in a place of, like Dennis just said, options, not just of U.S. women. Why should I? Because you're going to ask yourself, why should I get with a homeless U.S. woman with college debt? She got debt with an apartment because her credit is tore up now. Her credit is tore up because she got her car repoed. She got her car. She lost her apartment. She beautiful. She went and lived with her sister for a couple of months or a couple of years to get back on track. But her credit is shot to hell. Why should I get with her when I go to Colombia and get with a woman that ain't got none of those issues, or go somewhere else and get with a woman that has none? That's where the dilemma is going to fall in for women. Men still are going to exercise our options.
Yeah. And
wow, holy crap!
I was just going to say that I know Gen Z is gone. Gen Z is gone, and but for me, I'm investing my time into moving overseas at some point in my life. I don't see myself, I'm speaking for myself, and the 20 guys, I'm in a private group with 20 other guys who are trying to get their cybersecurity certifications and get these remote jobs that's still around. for the next couple of years. That might be still around for the next couple of years. And we're making moves to Thailand, move to Brazil, some want to move to Argentina. We're learning the language. We're investing our time. When they talk about, we don't see the guys in the clubs anymore. Well, I know 20 of the guys in my group, in my clique, we're investing our time. One of my guys just got his blue certification, his blue cybersecurity certification. That's like level 2, I think, right? Mm-hmm. And so he's excited. He's moving on. He's putting a lot of work into this, and I mean, he's making me look bad. How much work he's putting into this, and so to me, I got an interview on July 11th to go get my passport. So
that's what's up.
You know what I mean? So I just printed out the form yesterday. I'm making moves, man. I'm getting the steps going. So, and it's not only me, but it's like hundreds and hundreds of guys. You see them in the group. You know what I mean? I see you pop in. You see what everybody is up to. Mm-hmm. You know, thousands of guys are up to. So it's like Andre. It's not only that, but it's just the time because we're instead of investing chasing them, we've taken that energy and we're invested in this.
Correct.
And that's what we are. Wow.
And you know what? Let me say something on that, because you brought up a heck of a point. You know, you two, especially you, Mr. Andre. You know, it's funny. When the internet, Facebook, and all these other things came in, social media was the great advantage tool for women to be able to date, assess options, be able to get as many Sims as they possibly wanted to. They had all the power, you know, as far as how they could choose a date. And by all means, I didn't even really consider it that much of an issue. I didn't think you would get to this hyper level of dating and options as it is now. But I mean, hey, you can't really predict the future like that. Would you say that Passport Bros is the great equalizer, because they know that no matter what they do, because of modern feminist viewpoints and everything like that, and how they assess themselves in America, we know, I know, you know, we all know they could never go over to a third world country. I mean, unless they're going from first world country to first world country, like the UK or something like that, there are options and assessments of being able to compete with men in the global market when it comes to dating is literally impossible. There's just no way. I was like, so I've gotten to the point now to where and the thing is this: people call us cowards, but people don't even realize that that's the natural nature of men. Women say all day, I like men that pursue women. These men are pursuing women. They're just not pursuing women next door anymore. They're pursuing women either by boat or plane in another place that they call home. And they're following their natural, God-given, natural, instinctive biology to be this way. Men have always been this way. We didn't become explorers and conquer the world and discover how big it was if it wasn't for our thirst for exploration and discovery, and our willingness to go out there and to conquer the world and understand how big the world really is. We're doing it again. But now we're doing it in terms of relationships. We're doing it in terms of marriage. We're doing the same thing women are doing. Women want the best viable options for them to be able to necessitate legacy when it comes to their children. Men are doing the same things. The way a lot of men feel right now is that here in America, in the current times, physically they may have the attributes, but when it comes to the mentality, when it comes to the ideologies and things that they want to transfer onto their children, I'm gonna just say it. I don't want to raise my kids in a place where I have to question my child's gender. I don't want to come to a place where I have to where I have to question whether or not a TikTok is going to program my child more than I will. I don't want any outside influences other than masculine men teaching and keeping my daughter in alignment, and masculine men raising my son. I want feminine women teaching nurturing qualities to my daughter or my son, and I want feminine women to instill rituals and culture into my children so that way it can go on to the next. I can't do that here. I don't care what no one says. I can't do it here the way I would like to. And now that I've gotten to this point of realization, it's very, very hard for me to sit here, look at my options of women that I have, and then say, hey, you know what? I would love to program my child with LGBTQ ideologies. I would love to see my kids think about the devil when they want to go to church because of the fact that we're allowing hedonistic viewpoints to come into my congregation and have my pastor preach it. The fact that I have to go through all of this programming so that way I can keep my child pure in my everyday life when I'm trying to go out there and provide. And then what makes it really upset for me is the number one promoters of it are not men, it's women. So when it all comes back to it, you became the puppet to promote half of this, and now you're upset about it because you see the end result of it. Do not blame men for something that you pushed. You got more gay best friends than we will ever have as straight men. And yet, for some reason, you blame us for your inadequacies when you're the one who chose to be inadequate on purpose because you thought it was liberation and freedom. Do not blame us for your decisions. When we chose to move, or if we choose to fly out, or we chose to do these other things, men are doing it because they're doing it in self-preservation of their goddamn kids, because they want their kids to be their kids and not an experiment. That's just what it is.
That's exactly what's going on in this stage in the United States. Let's give a shout out to, before I let my man Calvin speak, to my man W Secrets. He said KS talked about it many times via his show, the growing rate of homelessness and women in America. Shout out to you for the $4.99 super chat. He's absolutely correct in regards to that growing rate of homelessness. It was obvious that the writing was on the wall, but they decided to ignore it. We're not in this episode. We just want to let women know that we're not coming at you. We're just sharing stats, and I think a lot of times women shun stats because you can't fight against them. You know, like they say, kids lie, adults lie, old people lie, but numbers don't lie. And so at the end of the day, these are the facts. But we're gonna hear what my man Calvin have to say in regards to, like we were just talking about, KS's death, passport bro movement impacting women's decisions, as well as the simps that's trying to convince them that it's not as bad as it seems, baby. I know that y'all got all this college debt. I know that y'all getting evicted. I know they're taking a WIC away, and they're taking food stamps away. But the simps will tell them, I will rescue you. It is not as bad as you think. So let me hear what you have to say about that, Cal.
Well, I'm here in the state of Indiana, so I'm not very far from Florida and other states where these things are becoming a major issue. Even here where I live, women are increasingly becoming homeless. The major problem here in Indiana is women, they think because they're women, they do what they want. They can't be told anything. Like at my second job, I work two jobs. So at my second job, we have the manager telling women to stop playing on their phones. This needs to be done, that needs to be done. And they just look at the man and, give him reasons why they can't do it or why they shouldn't have to do it. So they're being increasingly replaced by men, because even if it's a dirty job but somebody got to do it, men do it without being combative. And a lot of companies around here are tired of paying women full salaries for no service, or either bad service. And it's just things that we see around here. As far as housing is concerned, here in Indiana, they're increasingly going more by your credit. The Section 8 is being really just a non-existent. People with boundaries, they can't find homes because most people who own homes and apartment buildings are just not accepted. And they're just in a whirlwind, and And another thing around here is I don't know if you guys remember it or not, but it started in like 2017, but it got really big by 2019. Have you guys heard of a term running around the United States called quiet quitting?
You're going in and out. Last thing I heard. Have you guys heard of a town?
Yes, I said, have you guys heard of a term?
Term.
Running around, term. Going around America is called quiet quitting.
Yeah, the quiet quitting. Yeah, I've heard about that one. Yeah.
Yes, and the thing is, it was started by young white men here, and their major complaint was they'll just do just enough to get by to do their 8 hours, and they would go home. They wouldn't work any overtime. They wouldn't assist women with jobs that they needed assistance with, because they got tired of them working hard, them having more knowledge of the job, but getting their shoulders stood on by women simply because of gender. And so it's causing a lot of women to lose jobs around here that normally wouldn't lose their jobs, but of course, to be politically correct, they'll put the issues in other places. But I have a lot of friends who are in management and people who are in HR that do the hiring and firing, things of that.
I think we lost our brother.
Yeah.
Oh man, he was cooking too. I was listening.
I know, because a lot of guys, a lot of people don't know about that quiet quitting. He's absolutely correct. If you guys want to look up a topic online, Google something, Google quiet quitting. It started last year, and really kind of like late last year. And he's absolutely correct. There are people out there that are doing what guys are like, you're not going to pay me. You're going to keep on hiring these ladies. Cool. And so they now are, if I got hired to work 8 hours, there is no overtime. So they quietly just do, literally, it's not like they quit their job. They quietly just do their 8 hours. I mean, literally put the pen down, shut the computer down, and they walk out. No OT, no anything, because they're tired of it.
That's cold-blooded.
Yeah, quiet quitting. He's absolutely correct. It's been around for about a good year.
Wow.
A good year.
I've never heard of that. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, man, you gotta look it up.
Quiet
quitting.
Quiet quitting, right? Quiet quitting. Okay.
Quiet quitting.
Wow. Quiet quitting. Okay. I've never. What? Dang. Wow. That's unbelievable. And something else that he said that he's in Indiana, right?
Yeah, in Indiana.
Isn't that where they had the huge COVID crisis? Like when isn't that because remember during COVID they had bodies were dropping like flies in Indiana, if I remember correctly. Like, and it was predominantly the black community. There was a lot of black men and black women that passed away during COVID, I think, in Indiana.
Wow.
Oh yeah. And the only reason why I heard about it because I got family in Indiana. They didn't. Thankfully, none of them were filled, but some of their friends were. So luckily, my family didn't get touched. But yeah, I believe Indiana, they had this huge crisis during COVID. And let me say something to you, Mr. Andre. COVID revealed a lot about our society when it happened. And after Kevin died, it's almost like his death was the catalyst for the winter to begin.
You know what? Like, yeah.
It was like you got to think about it. Think about this. Like, I've been thinking about this for like the last couple months. Like, I really sat down and thought about this, Mr. Andre. Like, he called it and he explained it in extensive detail of how it happened, right? And then right after that happened, then we have to remember, right after he passed away, then all this kind of crazy stuff was going on between the passport pro movement, this, that, and the third, just pearly things, almost like it was happening like a prophecy, right? They were all happening at the same time. And it's insane how we got now. That just pearly things fractured the manosphere, caused all of these divisions. You got different types of people getting exposed. You had infighting going on within the manosphere because, like, everything, all the chaos that he predicted, his death was literally like the beginning of it, and it's insanity to me because he said that, and I'll never forget it. He literally called the catalyst of it being that the woman, the people that would start the chaos to happen would be educated women. Remember that? And the reason why he said that is because he said, those are the women. Matter of fact, we even had this conversation. I think on Chantel Simone's channel. Me and you both agreed that the most loneliest woman on the planet was an educated woman. That was professional. That was professional grade, right? And those were the women that on TikTok, Instagram, you name it, all over, talking about this man's death, about how they were making money and how they were successful and all this other crazy stuff, right? And right after that happened, then winter came, and it creeped up quietly. No one paid attention to it. No one was understanding what was going on, but the numbers just started whirling in, from homelessness to debt to different sorts of problems with medication, depression, women. All of a sudden, soft girl era becomes a thing.
You know, it's like right after his death, all these things, including the emergence of AI, all these things just start coming to fruition. It was like
soft girl era. Yeah. Like, where'd that come from? Soft girl era? Like, it's wild, Andre. I don't know what to say. I'm genuinely afraid of what's going to happen to our women, and I'm genuinely trying to be there for them. I'm genuinely trying to help them. I want them to know that you can call me a simp or whatever, but I really don't want them to fall that hard. I don't think I just simply believe that they can't handle it. I feel like if there's not any men out there that are going to be there to catch those women, I genuinely believe that America will fall unless there's somebody here to catch those women. That's just my honest opinion.
Can't Ray be there?
Yeah, you know, here's the thing though. This has been foretold in the good book. Like, I've been reading the good book, and man, bro, when I see what it says in Timothy 16 and about the lovely ladies, it's like, man, it's really, it's like something crawls up my spine, man. It's like, my God, this thing was written 2,000 years ago, and it's happening now.
You know, and that's why and don't lose your thought. That's why you always hear me quote Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1, where it says that in those days that 7 women will go to one man and say, we'll take care of everything. We'll pay the bills. We'll do this. We'll do that. We'll cook, clean, sew. You ain't got to do nothing. 7 women. All you got to do is take away our reproach by being our man. Our, not my. It wasn't a competition. They said our man and give us your last name.
You know what? There's a lot more polygamous relationships now.
A lot more. A lot more. I met a sister from the States down here. I'm on a dance floor. This is how I found out she wasn't from here. I thought she was Afro-Colombian. I'm speaking Spanish, but she's not responding. I'm like, okay, maybe because she can't hear me because of the music. But then I noticed she couldn't dance salsa. I'm like, so I asked her in Spanish, where you from? And then she started speaking English. I said, where you from? She said, I'm from Louisiana. I said, what? So we started chopping it up while we're doing her half dancing. And so she said that she's in polygamous, polyamorous type of relationships. And she was looking for that while here in Colombia. She's like, listen, I know I'm not going to be the top catch, but I'm willing to even share. Even in another country, she's willing to share. It's going to be a lot of sisters like that that's willing to share. Not only the United States, they're going to be flying to other countries telling these men in Africa, I ain't got no problem with sharing. Because they don't have no problem coming down here telling these guys down here that they're willing to share.
Well, if that's true, Andre, they gotta. I'm gonna say this right now, ladies. You gotta drop the attitude fast, because, look. I'm gonna say this right now. Us American men are the most egalitarian, the most tolerant men on the planet. If you go overseas and you bring that attitude over there, oh my God, the calamity that will ensue. You're not ready for men of that caliber with that level of masculinity. To be leader and provider of household. You're just not ready for it. They're not going to be lenient. They're not going to give you that level. They will backhand the light. I have seen it with my own two eyes. They will go upside your head so fast. Or like you are not ready for that level of masculinity. And those women stay in line and stay in check, and they do what they're supposed to do as women. And the thing is this: despite that level of treatment, they respect their men. They love their men. They obey their men. They revere their men. They invest in their men. You ladies would never be able to handle that level of patriarchal masculinity. No. You just no, absolutely not.
No,
I don't see
not
it.
At all.
I just don't see it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Asian descent, born in America, and I remember I grew up in a nuclear house up until 11 years old till my old man passed, and I'm the oldest, and I could tell you this right now, being around that community, that Caribbean community with men leading the household, up from the old men, my grandfather, my my granduncle, my granduncles, my uncles, I just don't see it, man. When I look at some of my friends' homes that they came from, my ADOS homies,
right?
there's a reason my mama said don't bring those girls home. You know what I mean? Like, she was always telling me, don't bring those ADOS girls home. You know what I mean? What's wrong with you? She was warning me because she saw what was happening. She worked with them. She saw how they were treating their own. She saw what they were going through. You know what I mean? Even my neighbor, God bless his soul, I think he passed away. My old neighbor, who was ADOS, he used to always tell me, man, your mom, I wish she was my mom. He was an older man. He said, I wish she was my mom. The way she takes care of you guys. You know what I mean? And
right.
And to me, I never understood that until I started really getting out there and trying to date and trying to get, trying to, get some, get a relationship out there. And I see it, man. Andre, I don't see this. I don't see him doing the 180. I don't see them doing it. That's why I'll be telling my own boys all the time. I'll be trying to. I got screamed at a couple years ago by one of my homie's sister because I was trying to hook him up with Haitian girls. He's ADOS. I was only trying to hook him up with other Haitian girls. Like, you should date her, man. She's good. She's from a good family. Da, da, da. And so one day she came up to me. She said, "Why are you always telling him to date these girls? These girls can barely speak English." And I'm like, because there'll be good wives to him. He's a good guy. He had college. He's college educated. He's really chill. He's really relaxed, and I know he'll treat them well. So I would like him to I want to hook him up with them because I know that they'll treat well. And oh man, so you trying to say that ADOS women ain't good enough? I said, look around. Look around.
Wow.
So you're telling me you rather your brother go through hell than be in a heavenly relationship with someone that's not of your ethnicity? She just started cursing me out, man. She just started cursing me out. I just got up and walked away.
Wow.
Shout out to Gail.
I know. Shout out to Gail, right? Appreciate you and Stefano being here tonight, being the moderators.
Yeah, this was 2013. This happened. 2013.
Wow. Just imagine how things are now. We got the R in the building, 18th letter.
18th letter. It's good to see you.
Looks like you got yourself in mute, brother. Or maybe he walked away.
There
we go.
But hey, how you fellas doing? How you fellas doing?
Doing
hey,
great,
18.
Right, man.
Hey, what's going on? Shout out to the brothers, man. Shout out to all of the brothers on the panel. Shout out to you as well, Cross from Borders. How you doing today, brother? Doing
great, man. I cannot complain. This is a great live stream, a great topic. Once again, we're discussing since Kevin Samuel's death, we noticed that there are 4 major things that have impacted the wave of what's going on with women, whether it be the corporate system of layoffs and college debt, and they're getting their homes repoed and cars repoed and things like that. The simps. So there's a major way. I don't know what it is on YouTube. It is profitable to be a simp now.
Yeah, it is disgusting. It is disgusting to see. The thing that I hate the most as a black man that take pride in being a black man, that love my brothers, that love myself, is another black man that don't love themselves. Is another black man that set themselves up to be cannon fodder. Just to crash out for certain people that don't really value him at all. That is the worst. That is the worst to see, and it irritates me to see another black man not understanding where a lot of these brothers are coming from, because the major problem with our community is that unfortunately a lot of the women within our community fell for the okie doke. We know how the black community was targeted to systematically be destroyed. Once you give women a certain amount of resources so they can, pretty much be at the forefront of the community, which had transpired. They fell for the feminist trope and different things like that. But it's also one more important element that a lot of us are not factoring in. And we're not factoring in that, a lot of these women want validation from other races of men. Black men have always been there to put black women up on a pedestal. They say that we're not, romantic. We wrote some of the most romantic songs of the 60s and the 70s with R&B music, soul music, different things like that. Black men literally have put black women up on a pedestal. Even when you look back into the 90s and everything, a lot of the times the love interest in a lot of these songs were dark-skinned women. Even when
hip-hop first started in the music videos.
Absolutely. And the thing is, our validation has never been good enough because they never viewed us the same as we viewed them. Not all sisters. I'm talking about these ones that you see. We've seen a lot of these women online making, speaking in neo-Nazi language. We've seen these women, with black men hanging from nooses on their avatars. We've seen, these women be the bust downs for some of these white supremacist groups and races. We've seen women even come on. Shout out to the brother who's a major inspiration. Shout out to the brother Dennis Spurling. We've seen a woman come on his live with a Confederate flag wrapped around her face. So another problem that we haven't studied is black women's self-hatred. Shout out to Mr. Z and what the society has done because of the fact that, like I said, black men's validation has never been good enough for them because they never view black men in the same way. No matter how much you even, it's like a knee-jerk reaction. You ever see brothers online, they be like, "Oh, I love me black women. I wouldn't be with nothing else but a black woman." And he'll get a bunch of likes, but it's like they'll be looking at you like that's what you're supposed to say. Correct. Versus, and that's one of the major things right there. It's like these women don't want good brothers until they see other groups of women with them, and they realize that they can't get some of those other groups of men that they want. And that's not all sisters. I'm not talking about sisters that support us and sisters that ride with us. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about a lot of these women, and you have some of these women in the sisterhood that sold the sisterhood out for super chats and likes. You had a lot of these women that have geared their channels toward neo-Nazi rhetoric because they're grifting on these black women that really want to go into other groups. They're grifting on them being desperate, and they're selling them these dreams and these lies, and these same other black women have accumulated hundreds of thousands of followers, gotten a lot of this money, from super chats and cash apps, and now these black women are left holding the bag while they didn't went out the back door with the money.
Absolutely.
And some of them are even still dating black men. Some of them even still date black men. It's sad.
Cynthia G.
If we can name names, I'll definitely Cynthia G.
No, don't name. I'm just shots fired. I'm sorry. Don't do that.
Paris Milan, Chrissy, all of these, and a lot of these women, black men brought them to the forefront in the beginning of their careers on YouTube.
And
it's a hustle for a lot of people.
Oh, it is.
You just put a sermon there.
Extremely lucrative hustle. I mean, they a lot of these women that are trying to using social media to try to castrate a lot of the brothers, and some of the guys that are blue pilling on the social media. Man, these individuals are bringing in 2-3 million a year, and I'm not talking about collectively. I'm talking about there are many channels out there that all you have to do is criticize black men, and you're the next Derek Jackson. Say what you will about Derek. On the business side, Derek knew I have the height, I have the look, I've got the complexion, I've got the pseudo pretend marriage, and at the same time, I can speak in front of women. Listen, I'm about to run this thing to the ground, and that's exactly what he did. It's in the ground now, but the brother, you can't deny that the brother didn't run it into the ground. But it's just so crazy to sit back and think that you can actually convince women, sadly, and I want to say this sadly, you can actually convince women while the cameras are rolling that they got a chance with six-figure men. You can convince women that they got a chance to find a stepdad, but the cameras got to go off. And all the statistics that we're reading is counteracting. Okay, BT, you said black girls rock, right? But the cameras got to go off. And now we look at these stats, and we see women in our communities being impacted by the corporate structure right now, with all these major layoffs and all these college debt and all the credit card debt and so forth. And yet they still, these people are still able to go on camera to lie enough to women to make them feel better about themselves, knowing that once the cameras go off in real life, they're sitting back like the brother Bilo just said. They're on alcohol more than anything. They're buying pets. Every time you turn around, I kid you not, bro. It's amazing. I got so many female colleagues in the States, as well as a few down here. Every single one of them that are attractive and successful over the last 6 months have bought a dog or a cat. Every single one of them. All of a sudden they be like, Andre, look what I got. And I'm like, you just fell right into the trap. Right into the trap of forever and a day. Because Kevin used to warn them not only about stepkids, but also about pets. If y'all didn't get that pet together, a man is not going to spend the rest of his life cleaning up your dog's mess. So, or if he wants to take you on a trip, y'all got to find some place to take your dog. And so it's little things like that I think is kind of when all these cameras go off, when this live stream ends, it's really starting to sink in that time's going to be tight for a lot of women. I feel what you guys are saying. It's sad. And I'm on the outside. I'm living in another country. Cameras go off and I don't have to be impacted or see the impact. But you guys are right there seeing the layoffs, seeing the college loans that they can't pay off. There's a woman right now, she's 91 years old and she still owes $20,000 on her college debt that she took out when she was going to college in 1981. Over $26 billion is owned is owed in college debt by people over the age of 60.
Jesus Christ, that should be illegal.
Well, come on, you think the United States gonna give up that 26 billion? They ain't giving that money up.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Fellas. Like, because like I say, I love the sisters that ride with us, and y'all got our backs, and then we got y'all backs. There's no question about that. It's never been a question about that. But I can remember a few years ago, man, when all of these content creators, like these anti-black male hating content creators, they was popping up left and right, like hundreds of thousands of views, 200,000 of views, and they was rolling in the money, man. They had women saying all the time. You got women on here calling black men apes, telling them that they wish that they are deleted and they'll never amount to nothing. And it's just like the self-hatred was just pouring out, and I think that's one factor that a lot of brothers wasn't factoring in. You can't love something that don't love you. You can't love something that don't love themselves.
But Umar blame it on you.
Oh yeah, well that's a hustle for Umar. We know that Umar picked this side.
He king hustler. He get his money off of him.
Well, you know what? After I heard, oh my bad, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Law. Go ahead, Law. You go ahead, brother.
See, and this is one thing I will say about that. After listening to Dennis Spurling these last couple of months, he put a whole different motivation of how I should move as a man. And one thing that he just said, real kings don't ask and wait for handouts. They make moves on their own, and everybody else follow after the fact. So when he compared that to, he's like, why would I ever do what Dennis Spurling did? Like, well, he's trying to make a school. He says that the hell I'm going to ask people to make a school. I'm going to just build the school my damn self. And I was like, what? I didn't even think. And the thing is, I didn't even think about that. I was like, he says, brothers, you got to realize you have all the power in your hands. Just learn a skill that allows you to go do it. And then when you have the finances to go do it, just go do it. The people will come afterwards. He said, I made a whole show and I spent $250,000, $250,000. I didn't have to ask them to do it. I went up there, I got a skill. I'm a lawyer, I'm a shark. I go out there, I'll take your money. And then I spent that money and made a show. I'm like, dang, like that's, but it made me realize that it's like, why am I asking? I don't need to ask. I can just take it. I can go learn a skill and I'll just take it for myself.
Remember a couple years ago, don't forget your thought. Remember a couple years ago, Master P and his son had that online school for a hot minute, for about good 5-6 years. So when a person says that I need more funding, when you hear Umar, I'm gonna tell you something about Umar that I noticed. Umar, I promise you, after all that trying to convince you brothers, because I ain't there, but trying to convince you brothers of, and don't forget your thought, Lo, of trying to marry sisters in the States, I would put a good 5,000 on it. Umar gonna end up skipping over to Africa, and he ain't gonna look back. He gonna be with all the African women that he want to be with, and he ain't touching nothing in the States. I really believe in my heart that's the reason why he doesn't have a woman in the States and so forth. Other than being there as a dad, he's staying in the States as a dad. But when it comes to the women, I really deep down in my heart believe that he's gonna in a few years leave the States, and it'll be like for good, other than come to visit his kids and probably make come back on tour, give some give some speeches, and then leave. Because he's charging about, think of it, getting his money. Everywhere he goes, he charges like $3,000, even to be on somebody's channel. Like when he was on the other dude's channel, the kids, the young dudes, that he just had a controversy with, the young brothers. I forgot the brother's name, the 30-year-old dudes.
Daily Wrap-Up Crew?
Yeah, Umar charges everybody.
Yeah, it was Daily Wrap-Up Crew, the one that went viral, right?
Yeah, Daily Wrap-Up brothers. Shout out to those brothers, man. Make sure you guys subscribe to their channel. But you're gonna pay between $2,000 to $3,000 to get Umar on your channel. Yeah, he's getting his paper.
I wouldn't be. I'm not really surprised. I guess I'm pretty sure they probably paid for the hotel and stuff, and maybe the appearance fee. Okay, I guess I could see that contractually speaking. So it is what it is. I mean, now I think where you're coming from is from like, well, if you're a thought or a black leader, you should want to get your message out there regardless, and it shouldn't necessarily cost a penny, because if people believed in whatever your message was, they would invest in the message and not necessarily you. In other words, a thought leader shouldn't be asking for money. A thought leader should be asking for literal physical support by the people who listen to his thoughts. Kind of like how Andrew Tate never asked for money, but everybody invests in Andrew Tate. You see what I'm saying? Like if Umar was really as powerful as he claims, people would just invest purely in the mission and of what he stood for. And since he doesn't have that type of pool, he's charging people for it. But I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Like, so when I think about people like Umar, when it comes to this whole scenario, I'm like, okay, well, if he's supposed to be a leader to the front, okay, and you know what? I'll even give it to him. If it's black men's fault, all right, that's fine. I'll even take that. And if you're a thought leader to black women, cool, I'll think that. All right, I got 4 questions to you. 1, why do you not have full custody of your kids, considering that you're a millionaire? Okay, cool, whatever. Question 2, do you have a fund in place to help homeless women whether not just homeless women, but in debt women due to student loans? Okay, all right. Question 3, real serious question here. Do you have a fund program? I mean, because you've been a thought leader for, I would easily say, over a decade. Do you have a fund, program, foundation, charity, or some form of business infrastructure related to single mothers to ensure that they're taken care of? All right. And last question. If you do have any of these things in place, why do you never promote them? I'm just saying. I've known Dr. Umar since I was a young kid. I'm 30 years old now, and about 15 years I've heard his name ever since I was a teenager. Right now, here's the problem. At the end of the day, right, and I just want to say this right now. At the end of the day, if we black men are going to be blamed for black women's downfall, then would it be fair to say that black women played a part in that downfall because they didn't mind helping white men destroy us? They didn't mind helping. They didn't mind calling police officers to kill us. They didn't mind pushing a black male baby genocide to end us. They didn't mind talking about we're not under any form of protection, but then I want to kill the very thing that's needed to protect us. So how are you going to convince them that you, Dr. Umar, are going to be there to protect them when they don't even trust what you say, even though you talk in representation of them? But I bet if you were in a room alone with them and say it was filled with 1,000 black women, right? I highly doubt if those 1,000 black women asked you questions, you could answer every single one of them. How can you be the leader of women when they don't even respect you as their leader? They like what you say, but when it comes down to it, they would never follow you. They would never follow you. No. I haven't seen a single black woman say outrightly, maybe I'm wrong, but I have never seen a black woman that agreed with you, agreed to follow you. I've never seen it. And don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with Dr. Umar. I'm just saying, Kevin Samuels would say this all the time. Show proof of your work. Show your credentials. Show that you have proof behind it. You know what I'm saying? He would always make sure, he's like, if you're a high value man, you have all these credentials to show that you're a professional in this field, that you have these things, that you have this number of years of experience, that you got these levels of results. So that way, when you're speaking, people know that you know what the hell you're talking about. I have yet to see that proof. That's all I'm saying. So if we're going to judge men on those same protocols of qualifications, why don't we judge him on the very thing that he's that he's saying black men need to be judged by. Well, if I'm looking at your track record, it took you 15 years to get a school bill. I'm just saying, and that's just the school.
One day at a time. He could have built those bricks, bought those bricks one day at a time, and would have got it done in less than 10 if he did it by hand.
And you know
what's crazy? So I'm just saying.
And you know what's crazy? There's this young man called I forgot his name, but I think his name is King X. Young guy. He's in his under 30. He built a school for I think it's called the X School for Boys or something like that. And he teaches young kids under 18 how to survive. He teaches them farming. He teaches them basic carpentry, basic education. He gives them basic education, and he turned his family home, into a boarding school. So he has these young men living there because he knows that they will just go back to and revert back to their the bad behavior that was taught to them under a single mother home. So to me, to have a guy who's under 30 years old, and of course he gets assistance from other people to because he wants to buy a bigger property, but he still created a school. He used his own family property to do this. He did this under 30 years old. Under 30. I think he was maybe 24 when he got it up and running. So to me, to see the man keep saying it, he's been saying this since I was in my 30s. I'm not 41 years old. I just turned 41 a couple of days ago.
Shout out to you. Happy birthday.
Thank you, man. Thank you. He's been saying this since I was in my mid-30s. In my mid-30s, 34, 35. He's been saying this. And then and he's still trying to get it up. So to me, to see a young guy do this, a young man do this, and then see a guy with Umar's credentials do this. And I used to be down for Dr. Umar. I used to be heavily down for him until his cousin put him on, his own family member put him on blast. But I still was kind of like, I'm just gonna leave him alone. I'm not gonna go at him. But ever since this kid came along, it really showed it, and it really put boots to the ground, got his hands dirty. Dr. Umar to me has no excuses.
I just O'Shea just put out a video yesterday or today of Dr. Umar, and he talked about Warren Dunn. And Warren Dunn was the running back for Tampa Bay Buccaneers, also for the Atlanta Falcons. And Warren Dunn, his mother was murdered when he was a senior in high school. He actually took care of his other 4 or 5 brothers and sisters all the way through college, all the way to this day. This guy, since he's retired out of the NFL, he's built over 145 houses for single mothers. Absolutely free. 145 houses.
Oh my God.
Look it up, Warren Dunn, the running back. So he was saying if Umar with all these excuses, and Warren Dunn was using personal money only, he said this dude was able to build 145 houses for single mothers, and yet Umar is still out here giving speeches and ain't built one school. But before you guys continue on, we hear what the 13th letter has to say. Let me get these super chats out of the way with these brothers that's supporting. Once again, my man said KS talked about it many times via his show, the growing rate of homelessness with women in America. Shout out to you, brother, as well as for the love from our Canadian brother, Black Nubian in the building, as well as El Grim. J. Cole says, some people have saved hoes. I ain't there. He said, I ain't that heroic. Absolutely. And don't feel guilty about it. $5 super chat from Beach Material. He says, Dre, you ain't missing nothing over here, fam, in the States. And I'm gonna tell you guys something in all sincerity, and I ask every once in a while before we get to these last couple super chats. In my mind, I always ask myself, is it that bad? Like cameras off, just regular life. I sit back and I ask myself, like, is it that bad? Even though I'm reading the news reports, even though I'm reading the headlines and I'm looking at what everybody is saying is coinciding, I'm thinking to myself like, wow, is it that bad? Because
I can answer that question.
let me before you go any further, I want to get to these last 2 super chats. Last one, and then I'll let you answer that question. Then we'll hear from the R. Okay, Dapper Don said, yet King Randall, I, a young brother, opening up his own school for Black brothers since 2019. See, there we go. He said Umar still hasn't even opened up his school, and it's over 9 years now. And that's sad. Thank you for the super chat, brother, and that information. Yeah, it's so sad to see brothers like you, the testimony that you just gave. Let me let you guys go ahead and speak.
Hey, Teeth Letter, can I ask you a question, brother?
Go right ahead, Law.
First off, it's good to see you. It's been a while.
No, wow, good to see you too, brother.
Because I know you're an expert at this. That's all I'm going to ask you. So, brother, I got to ask you. Is it just me? And maybe you two can give me an honest opinion on this too, Mr. Andre. I got to ask you. And maybe this is just me. Have you been seeing more women on the side of the road? You know what, Andre, you're not even in America. I don't know why I'm asking you this question. I was like, but I'll just ask it anyway. Brothers, all of y'all, have y'all been seeing? Now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm more used to seeing men being homeless, and when I have something, I may give some blankets or some this or that or whatever. And I know most people don't really care, but I was homeless before too, so I know what it's like to be homeless. So if I ever have like a blanket or something, or maybe $1 or $2, whatever, I don't care if they're going to go shoot it up and maybe do some drugs. I don't care. As long as I can make their day just a little bit better for that one day, if that's all it's going to be, that's my good Samaritan duty. If it's drugs, whatever, cool, whatever. I just know what it's like to be homeless. So
me too.
That's my whole connection there. But lately, I have been seeing more and more and more and more women strung out on drugs in parks. I've seen more and more women drunk at clubs. It's like there's this weird, ominous loneliness that they're trying to cope with. And I realized women can't handle loneliness the same way men can. I'm starting to really understand that now. And maybe it's just me, but in every major city, I've been seeing more and more and more and more and more homeless women. And what's crazy is that I'm starting to see less and less and less homeless men. I'm starting to see, and you know what's crazy?
Wow.
And I'm saying this for a reason. I need you to hear me when I say this. Ever since, and maybe this is just weird to me, but ever since Kevin Samuels died, I have seen more and more men being willing to help each other now than ever before. Whether it be to get a passport, whether it be to work together through Discord groups, whether it be showing each other how to make money, whether it be showing each other, look, I was homeless too, brother. I can tell you how to get it out. Hey, here's a program to help you fight your addiction, or help you get out of or help you deal with your sobriety. Hey, I got a lawyer that you can talk to help you fight for custody of your kids. This is the most communal I have ever seen men ever been to each other. We used to just be competitive towards each other, but now we compete, but we compete with respect. And if we're going to compete, we're going to compete on the highest stage now. So now we help each other to not only level up, but now we say, look, if we're going to compete, we want to compete at the top now. I have never seen this level of, and this is transcending race. I have never seen this level of communicative and connection with men in my entire life. And I'm seeing the exact opposite happen with women. I don't know what's going on. Maybe that's just me. That's just what I see.
Yeah, listen, I definitely am, like I said before, I was telling Andre this, I'm part of a group of close over 20 men. I think we're about over 25, 26. And we help each other in everything, man. And thanks to crypto, it's easy for me to transfer money to them if they need it. I sent maybe close to over 400 to a buddy in Texas who's struggling, and he helped me make money. So it was only, I'm sitting on 20K right now because of him. And when he said he was struggling, I just said here. I just said here. When he came back again, said, man, I'm gonna need a little help again. Here you go. Why? Because I made way more with him than it's 400 is nothing. And I'm saying this as a guy who lives at home with his mama, and it was nothing for me to give to help him out because he's struggling. So to me, you're right. I look for communities. I look for to see where I can be a helping hand to another brother, even if I've never met him. And I just stick my hand out and say, hey man, I know what it's like to have the worst crap on you. Right. I ain't gonna be that guy. Now the lovely ladies, hey man, I said this, are you prepared to step over the dead bodies? And when it comes to them, I am, because the Bible said before, and here's the thing, the Bible also said not to help them, the wayward humans, not to help them because it's his judgment upon them. And if you help them, it can be seen you're going against him and what he said, what he wants, what he's doing. So, I forgot the passage. I will look for that, but Dennis brought it up, and it was like, ooh. So what he's saying is that those who do not have faith in me, those who do not believe in me, those who curse at my name, when they get what they deserve, you are supposed to turn around and walk the other way.
Stay out the fucking way.
Stay out the other way. What do we see? We see witchcraft. We see the deletion of children. We see the disrespect of the authority of the men. To me, so now what we're seeing is the maybe it's God's will right now. So all we can do, I understand you have a heart. And my advice to you is this: look up at the sky or look down, but do not make eye contact. That's what I do.
Yeah, I'm invisible. When the one time that I was there, I was basically trying to be as visible as possible, man. I wasn't. I think that it's kind of funny. The only person I spoke to really that was of the female nature, she was a barmaid. Me and my uncle Jeffrey Ghostface, we went to a bar my last day there, and come to find out the barmaid was from Colombia. Other than that, I really was just kind of like aloof. And even my boy was telling me, he said, "Man, you okay, Dre? You good?" I said, "Yeah, I'm good." It's just that I just couldn't relate anymore. I couldn't blend in to to the dynamic of what was going on in the States. And so now that since Kevin has died, before I even went back the last time, I could imagine how the States are, to see that rent prices have gone up, the prices of cars have gone up, the food, you guys are paying crazy prices for just for a gallon of milk or a carton of eggs, and all this that's taken place since the last time I was there just 2 or 3 years ago.
$7 for lactate milk for my mom, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah, down here in Florida, we average like $3.30 a gallon for gas, and we let's see here, my uncle, his rent went up 3 times in 2 years, so it's almost $2,800 a month for the same house that he used to pay $1,500 for. So it's like, dang. I mean, right down the road, we bought our house at right around 220, 225 about 10 years ago. The house right down the road from us, they're selling it for $485,000. Literally double. So it's insanity right here. So when I see around me all these women that are being homeless and everything, I'm getting to the point where I don't think that this is an accident. I'm starting to think that this is on purpose. Oh yeah. I mean, and when I see a lot of these brothers, like I'm telling you this right now, Andre, I've never seen men be this communicative. I've never seen men hold themselves this much accountable. I've never seen men. These men right now are genuinely trying. And here's the thing: they're not only trying to change, but the reason why they're changing is not for the women. It is purely for themselves. It is for their purpose. It is like changing for women is no longer their motivation anymore. Like changing for now it's all about changing for yourself, changing to explore the world. It's all about finding your purpose now. It's all about finding something higher than yourself. And some men are going back to religion. Some men are traveling and becoming passport bros. Men are finding new reasons to find a Lisa life. And now that a lot of men are stopping to focus on women anymore and they're going back to their purpose, I'm telling you right now, in the next 10 years, these are going to be some of the most solid men out there than within the next 10 years. And I don't know how the women are going to compete with that. It's not so much about the women with me. It's more like I'm at this point now to where it's like, if it's weird, like, how do I explain this? Women are very elitist in their mindset when it comes to how they separate themselves between women, when it comes to like looks or finances and stuff like that. So women like to help other women, but they only like to help other women to a certain extent. And then they stop helping them, right? While men, they know what it's like to be on every single walk of life. I have never seen so much love for that. It's crazy. So many men were programmed to look for love from a woman, but now they're seeing, I wouldn't call it love, but I would just call like holding them accountable, but then not just abandoning them either. Where it's like, okay, this is what you did. This is what you messed up. Brother, you messed up, but I got the tools to help you fix it. You know, like men are now more communicative with their secrets, with how they make money, with how they do all of these things, Andre. It's just crazy to see. Like, I couldn't tell you how many, matter of fact, just to explain it further, there is a Home Depot down close to Tampa where I live, right? And at this Tampa, there's always homeless men there that want to just do some temp work. Well, after a couple of months, like last year, a temp service agent says, you know what? Guys are always here and whatnot, this, that, and the third, right? So he created a temp service contracting business where all of these dudes can they literally just walk to the Home Depot. They can talk about what they specialize in. If you're a decent painter, if you know how to put down bricks, if you know how to do basic concrete or whatever. And these dudes can just let themselves know. Then a dude that says, hey, I need guys that specialize in concrete. They'll say, okay, cool, whatever. And then they literally tell them, if you specialize in concrete, this, that, or third, right? This person told them, if you can get these types of tools, when the temp service agent or whoever wants to come in and do some work, as long as you have these types of tools, we'll help you get the job with the guy. So these people would go out of their way, give their last couple of dollars to buy a Dremel, maybe some this, that, and the third, so they can work on it, right? Like literally pretty much just freaking homeless. Then they come out, dude pick them up in a truck, be like, hey, look, I got some people that need to work on drive. Like, oh, well, this guy, he knows what to do. And they're literally helping them get work, and they'll hop in the truck, come back the same day, $300 in his pocket. Like, it's crazy how far a lot of men are going to help men get it together. Like, I have never seen this level of communicative process from men before. And then when they get it, then they compete. They don't, in other words, men are helping other men hit a certain baseline, and then they compete with their fellow man now. Instead of just beating them down and just leaving them there, we don't do that no more. A lot of men are stopping that. A lot of men are saying, you know what? This man is capable. He's able. He's bodied. He just doesn't know what to do. So they just put the knowledge in him, and then they'll sit there and help him out and say, okay, now you're on the same level of me. Now we can compete. I've never seen it. I've never seen it in my life until these last two or 3 years. I've never seen it, Andre. I've never seen it. It's crazy.
That I can agree with. I can agree, just from the perspective of how much we are helping each other out when it comes to relocating to other countries or just visiting other countries. You know, with the WhatsApp for men of color, the app itself, and having these WhatsApp groups that you got 150, 250, 30 guys. I'm in 20 something WhatsApp groups, and I've got 2 or 3 of them maybe for investments. A couple of them maybe per country. Like I'm in a WhatsApp group for just nothing but Asian countries. I'm in a WhatsApp group for South America. I'm in a WhatsApp group per city. Like we got one for Cali, one for Medellin, one for Cartagena, a couple of them for DRs. And it's so cool because if a guy hits me up and say, Dre, I need some information on Airbnbs and DR. Don't worry about it. I get you in the WhatsApp group, ask all the questions that you need. And all of a sudden the guy not only has connections to DR, not only for Airbnbs, but also the restaurants, the nightlife, the safety, everything that they need just from being in the WhatsApp groups with men. And it's the craziest thing, as you were saying, to see all of us men coming together, helping each other out. Guys are teaching and helping each other with their online opportunities. I'm in 2 WhatsApp groups with us fellow YouTubers, black men YouTubers that have come together to help each other out, from thumbnails to titles to editing, and all the knowledge that I have, I share. And so it's just great to see that we're all coming together to grow. While the women are sitting back angry or complaining about this, part that gets me with the passport bro movement. Then I want to hear from some of you other guys. What gets me with the passport bro movement, the women literally are so focused on us and women in other countries, they are not even seeing the camaraderie that B-Lo was just talking about that's taking place right up under their noses. They don't see guys teaching each other how to do cybersecurity, how to do IT, how to do AI. They don't even notice that. They don't notice the like I said, the WhatsApp groups where we're communicating with each other. They don't notice any of us helping each other getting our passports. They don't never notice. They're so busy focusing on, well, y'all just going there for the ladies, that they're oblivious to all the millions of guys that are come together under the auspices of either relocating or redirecting their lives and helping each other with it. And it's just so sad that, well, I don't know, I don't want to say that it's sad, but it's too bad that the women aren't noticing, and they're going to notice, and it may just be too late when they notice all that we've accomplished right up under their noses.
The men are changing. I don't know. They're just refusing not to see that the men are changing. They're saying they want men to change. Well, newsflash, these are the most communicative. These are some of the most innovative. These are some of the most transparent, some of the most honest, some of the most forthright. You will never get men to think this way, and I don't know how long. And once these men realize just how powerful they truly are when they work together, man, I'm telling you this right now. Oh my goodness. The amount of camaraderie I'm seeing, because and this is transcending color. This is transcending color. I'm seeing white men and black men working together. I'm seeing Spanish men working together. I'm seeing Asian men, and I'm seeing men of every single walk of life and code, religion, conduct, belief, scale, and height, color, and size and shape come together and saying, "Look, guys, we can make this happen. We can do this thing. We are stronger than this. We're capable in this. God gave us strong shoulders, strong bodies." I'm seeing endless groups of men going to gyms together. I'm seeing them going and practicing MMA, jiu-jitsu. I'm seeing men doing firearm classes together. I'm like, what the heck is happening? Like, so when I see this, I'm like, why don't you ladies, like, you ladies love to do Now, here's the only time when I see ladies get together, and I'm no disrespect to the ladies, is when it's come to hedonistic shit. When it comes to partying and clubbing and sipping paints and stuff, and when it comes to like wanting to travel and go on vacation and stuff like that. The only time when I see the ladies come together for work is when it comes to like real estate businesses or like basic investments, or when they want to come together and conglomerate on like big time investment groups. But other than that, once those conversations are out, they're right at the party. They're right at the club. They're drinking. They're drinking at fancy restaurants, driving, going together in shopping sprees. And they're like, majority of the things that they do together involves them spending money. Very rarely do they do anything that involves them making money. And then while the men are doing the complete opposite, men realize that we have to be so proficient in so many different realms. So when it comes to leadership skills, we're coming together and learning about how to understand each other, how to understand management in rooms and stuff like that. Then we're talking about self-defense. You got men going to gyms, going to boxing gyms, jiu-jitsu gyms. You got men going to workout facilities, learning about supplements and stuff. Then we got men learning about business, acquisitions, investments, real estate. Then you got the passport bros learning about travel, culture, languages, expanding their options, understanding different types of culture, understanding how to do international business in different countries. Then you got, I have never seen this in my 30 years of living. In the last 3 to 4 years, I have never seen this, and I am shocked that women are saying men ain't changing, men ain't doing this. I'm like, you clearly are not paying attention. Only the women. And I'll say the names. Only the women that get the opportunity to actually talk to us, like Danica Marie, Chantel Simone, Gail
Crimson
at Night,
Cure.
Crimson Cure. Only the Six the Goddess. Like all these women that actually take the time to listen to what we're saying and give us a chance to speak and give us a chance to genuinely speak our minds and tell us our perspective. Do we always say the right thing? No. Are there men that we know that are fucked up? Absolutely. We will be the first ones to tell you. Men know men very well.
We be knuckling up with those same guys that we talking. We be knuckling up with them. Like
we told you about Derek Jackson before you knew about Derek Jackson. It's like we
throwing hands with. Who do you think we throwing hands with all the time? We say, man, I can't trust that people over there, blah, blah, blah. Those are the dudes you be choosing. We be knuckling up with them.
I wanted to speak on it if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, like what Law was asking me earlier, have I seen more women homeless over in my area? No, I haven't, but I've seen more women struggling with bills. If they're single households, I've seen women an increase in incarceration rates with some of these women. Some of these women are getting out here committing serious crimes, man. Yeah. The way things are going right now, which we see on the internet, black men can't be shamed and bashed no more. We're shamed and bashed out. We're shamed and bashed out. We've experienced this all through the late 80s, through the 90s, through the 2000s. And with a lot of young men coming from a lot of these single parent households, bashing black men and putting down black men is a business.
It really is.
It's a business. It's been a business for a long time. Because before us even speaking on the internet where we're able to get our own perspective across, us as brothers speaking to each other, you can go back to the 90s and you can look at all of those television talk shows. You can look at the Phil Donahues. You can look at the Ricky Lakes. You can look at all of these different talk shows at that time, the Jenny Jones, where you had women up there that was supposedly middle-class sisters saying how they couldn't find a black man on their level, or a black man in interracial dating, and all of these different things where they had this only their perspective. And then it's in putting black men down as such a business to the point that we've been raised in our minds to view each other the same way that women in our community view us, because we come from the women, to the point that what Law was saying about men being competitive, not just being competitive, but black men being standoffish from each other, not really wanting to speak to each other,
that is false,
or wanting to be the token amongst, and that's just not with the women. Of course, every group that has a negative anti-black perspective. The women have been put in position to sell their own men out, and it's a reason why people invest in marketing. It's a reason why people invest in propaganda, because that is what brainwashes people into believing a certain thing. And a lot of these women have made careers out of bashing black men. A lot of these women have looked up to women that are bashing black men. They've read so many books on anti-black male misandry. They don't know how to reprogram themselves. That's why they're short-circuiting right now. They like, I know I'm supposed to going another direction, but I just don't know how. I don't know how to be any other way. It's like walking towards a cliff, knowing that you're supposed to be going in the other direction, but your legs still walking towards the cliff. And that's exactly where we're at this particular point. Mm-hmm. The sad thing is, it's just important for us as brothers to stick together with each other, communicate with each other, build and establish things with each other. Because for these simps as well, if they had the answers, they would have done it by now.
True.
They would have done it by now. But see, they know that speaking the same way that they've been speaking to a lot of these women, and also these female content creators too, they know this is therapy for these women. These women realize that they don't have any other where to go. These same even women, these so-called divestors and all of this, they've went over on the other side, crossed over the fence, got done dirty, then got humiliated, but don't want to come back and say it because they'll have egg on their face. So now they're really stuck in a dilemma. I had to because I'm in another group where it's a mixture of men from Asian to white and Latino, and it's like, I think that other group is like 1,200. It's called Enlightened Men. It's Austin Holloman's group.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking to one of the white homies from there. His actual name is actually Brad, and he told me he's dated many black women in his youth, and he says he stopped dating them because he saw that, one, he saw himself as second rate, because they really wanted, their anger really showed him that they really are just hurt by black men not choosing them. And then, and on top of that, that's how they feel to see. And two, they see that they go out of their way, like their emotions towards them is fake. Like, them being submissive and etc. is fake. And then they always flip script somewhere down the line. She said it's almost like a pattern. Like, they'll be ultra submissive, and then once they feel like they lock them down, then they start to revert. And then next you know, now he ends up leaving them because he feels embarrassed when they do stuff like that around, like, say, his family members or anything. And now his dad, his white father, is looking at him like, "See, I told you about that negress." You know what I mean? Like, I told you about them like that. So he told me that he stopped dating them because he knows that they're fake. Like, the ones that the divestors are fake, and he knows that they're going to flip script somewhere down the line. So that's why he prefers to do like Latinas or Asian girls, because he said he did all the 8 black women he's dated in his lifetime have always somewhere down the line flipped script.
Mm.
And he said by the 5th one he could tell when it was coming. He just dipped.
Well, with some of these women, all you got to do is pay attention to their reaction. When it comes down to it, let's take Serena Williams for example. Serena Williams has dated top quality black men. She's dated Drake. A lot of people consider Drake to be biracial, but for all purposes, a black man. She's dated Drake. She's dated Common. She's dated quite a few top tier black men, and these men were 10 million, 20 million, 40 million worth, and all of these women, they wasn't good enough. But she gets Alex O'Hannon. This man has never been in no form of athletics. This man, now, most would consider her dating down. But for the women that follow Serena, this was a win for her. You get what I'm saying? Now, this gentleman, he's not on the same level as a Drake or a Common or any of these other guys. He's known for having the Reddit website, which is responsible for quote unquote having a lot of racist rhetoric on there, and different things like that. And all of these women was cheering Serena on. A lot of these women would cheer on other women that date interracially, and this man is nowhere near on the same level that some of these brothers as they turn down. As far as it'll be more of a person that's lower tier quality, and that's the thing that gets me. So, and they react and they react very positive to that. So that should tell you everything that you need to know when we're talking about some of these ladies out here, that a lot of the brothers not the problem. We haven't been the problem, and we've invested way too much and sacrificed too much in this community that has turned out to be a bottomless pit. A lot of these simps on here, they're no different than a lot of these other female content creators who are just telling these women whatever they want to hear to make them be able to get through one night of sleep. Because a lot of their lives are in shambles. Their lives in shambles. Like, they fell for the okie doke. And when you have a mindset that's limited, you don't even realize what's going on around you. Us as men, we know we know about the economy. We know the war between Russia and Ukraine and the effect it's had on the United States. We know how things are rising at a rapid rate. We understand that things like the quality of living is becoming higher. They're not paying any attention to a lot of this stuff until it's too late. They're too busy worrying about what celebrity is dating what celebrity and who's doing this and that. And a lot of the times they don't even realize that they've been backed up by the government. And the government can no longer withstand to take care of all of these women that they turned against their own men for God knows how long. They can't do it. Even when you look at what's going on with they're cutting the resources for a lot of these ladies and everything like that, they simply don't have it anymore. And Biden told a lie because he knew he can get the women's votes in order to get in office. He told a lie that he was going to, renege on them paying student loans. That was a lie.
Yeah, he used the Supreme Court. He knew the Supreme Court was going to turn
Shut
it down.
that down.
He knew it. Yeah, it was going to shut it down. He knew.
He knew.
Even Dennis was telling. Even Dennis Spurling was saying that this dude is telling whole fibs into your faces, and you're going to see. And then look what happened. Everybody said, Clarence Thomas is doing Biden. No, it's to get. He can't do it. Biden can't do that as a sitting president. He can't. He can't do that. He break it. He can be sued.
We know the game. As long as he can get up there and tell these women, well, you see, I tried to get them so they can cancel these student loans, knowing perfectly well he knew that was going to fail from the beginning, just like you said, Signal. So
and just like what you guys said, don't forget your thought, or just as you guys were saying, as long as women just mentioned it, as long as women aren't as insightful in regards to, not all women, but most women aren't as insightful in politics and what's going on, they don't know that the executive branch can't do certain things. And so they sit back and they're like, well, why couldn't the president just, take his pen and just executive order? You can't executive order those student loan debts. You just can't do that. But a lot of women fell for, like you said, the okie doke during the election, because they're assuming that a president can do what he wants to do. He can only request. That's basically it. But it just like you guys were saying, he took it to the Supreme Court, but at the end of the day, he knew that wasn't going to fly.
Right. And also, one thing we haven't looked at in the Black community as well is when you look at the Black vote and how a majority of it goes to the Democrats knew that we have the women that's in position. It's a matriarchy in the Black community. Everybody can see this. Everyone knows what's going on. They know it's a matriarchy in the Black community. So long as they give the women some crumbs off the table, then the women will straggle on the men to vote Democrat, even though they get nothing or receive anything from it. And a lot of men are starting to wake up from that. And men are deciding to either stay independent, which I encourage all Black men to do, and go for where your vote is valued. Or a lot of men are going Republican, and some of them even going Republican just to spite the Democrats on all their broken promises for decades after decades.
I'm one of them.
So that's what we're dealing with right now. My whole thing with some of these ladies out there, and like once again, I gotta say, not the sisters that support us, like Gail at Night, like Chantel Simone, like Danica Marie, not sisters like that. Miss Gail Nelson, that was that was on here at one particular point, not sisters like that. I'm talking about these women that are like, they're literally trying to compete with men, and at the same time, they're literally on a warpath to destroy any type of progress that men are trying to make outside of their matriarchal rule. So that's what we're dealing with. We've even seen women now that are trying to, after a year of bashing passport bros, and you even had women on here talking about, we got to see if we can get the FBI involved in this, and literally trying to call the government to stop men from traveling. Like, you're going to stay here, you're going to be miserable, you're going to listen to everything we got to say, and you're going to do exactly what we tell you to do. To the point now they're talking about having passport sisters, and they going over to the DR and to some of these other places, and it's not working out for them at all. But that's all I got to say.
Absolutely,
man. I didn't already debunk the whole passport sis thing. Do I have to do it again? I'm just saying, like, man. Oh my God, man. Like, Lord have mercy on my soul. Fellas, I gotta ask this question. So then I guess my question is do they really want black male leadership? Because I mean, and the reason why I asked the question is because they blame all their problems on us, and then they demand us to be leaders. Matter of fact,
the question that you're asking, and don't forget your thought. The question is that you're asking is, you've already answered it. How can you expect them to want something that they've never seen?
Oh, all right. Well, let me rephrase the question then. Are we leading in the way that they think in their head that we should lead? I guess.
How can you lead somebody that's never seen leadership to allow you to lead? We've been raised over the last 50 years in Big Mama's country, as far as the black community is concerned. We haven't seen true male leadership except for off and on. And she's never seen it or even experienced it to see the benefits of following it. You know, in spurts here and there, where you have some women that's like, I was raised by my dad or my stepdad, or I built a relationship with my dad in later years, things like that. But for the most part, I'm gonna say something, fellas. You see, I'm sitting on my chair like Dennis did. We as men of color have some realities that we have to come to the conclusion to. One of the realities that we have to come to the conclusion to, we are expecting these women to embrace something that most have never seen. It's invisible. You know how we sit back and say that women sit back and tell us, I want a man with 6 packs and 6 this, and he got to be able to read Bible studies, Quran. At the same time, he's a Buddhist, and he knows all the definitions of each zodiac sign, and he needs to own this, and he needs to be able to be a part of this. He's got as many black friends and white. I mean, he's a mountain climber. He needs to be a reformed thug that's also a Buddhist. Right. But yeah, he still got a little thug in him. He's a thug in a suit, and we sit back and we tell them, this person doesn't exist. To us black men, we got to come to a conclusion, and it's a harsh conclusion. The reason why the woman that we're looking for in our community to exist, who doesn't exist, which is for the most part the traditional woman, there are many out there, and I know quite a few, but for the most part, we are somewhat kind of like walking in circles, expecting these women to be something in which millions have never seen a black man in their household ever, other than maybe an uncle. And if they don't have an uncle, and we're not talking about all the dudes that was running in and out at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, breaking mom back in. I'm talking about real stability of black male leadership. Most women can't recognize that. Even for the ones that do, have they experienced it? And you guys are sitting back in the United States like they're going to change. Change into what? They cannot conform to something that they never seen. You cannot ask me to learn how to throw a frisbee if I have never seen a frisbee a day in my life. How am I supposed to throw this thing? I might take it and you'll hand it to me. I'll throw it straight up in the air and I won't throw it forward. Or I'll throw it too short, or I'll have it upside down. I've never seen it before. So when we as black men continue to make this mistake, I almost kind of feel sorry for the sisters, because we as black men continue to make the mistake of trying to expect something out of somebody that's never seen a frisbee before. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm such an advocate of getting your passport. Second thing, that reason why I'm an advocate of getting your passport is just like in Netflix. Netflix has a series out on Animal Planet, and this year's topic is about migration. I didn't know this. For the survival for any species or any society, needs three things to survive. First thing, it needs the elements: earth, wind, fire, air. Earth, wind, fire, water. It needs the elements. Second thing they say for a species or a society environment is procreation. It's got to keep on creating. This what blew me away. The third thing that all societies or species must have in order to survive: migration. The passport bro movement is a must. It's not a choice. The human race has always been a migratory creature. And so for you guys to sit back and be that of the 72% that's not going to go anywhere, I got you. But if you're not going to go anywhere in the United States, how can you guys expect, this is why I'm going back to my point, how can you guys expect women, sisters in the United States, over 80% raised single women? We know that we raised in a matriarchal society where mama cussed you out. She cussed you out as if she was a man. She treated you as if you were her boyfriend, her little man. And then at the same time, you're expecting the women to all of a sudden in the next 10 years embrace patriarchy when they have never seen it. So the question I have for you guys, after I've laid out such a soliloquy, so I said incorrectly, but as I laid down this foundation, I just want to hear what you guys have to say in regards to, if women have never seen this except televised, how do you guys expect them to throw a frisbee?
Well, go ahead, B-Law.
No, go ahead, Sue. I got you.
Okay, I was gonna say that we should stop expecting them to accept that. We have to stop expecting them to accept that. We need that, and they can't offer that. So we need to. I tell this all the time. It's okay to go look for that, but you can't be begging these women who are raised three generations in matriarchy. It's not gonna fit, bro. It's a different culture, a different mind. You want to be. Some people say, "Oh, we want to be like white men." Well, we want to be like Asian men, and we want to be like Indian men, and we want to be like African men because they live in a patriarchy. I'm from a patriarchy. I don't shy away when people say, "Oh, you're patriarchal." I say, "Hell yeah, I am." Meaning is, I want to take responsibility. When we say we want to be patriarchal, it means we want to take responsibility for our outcomes. Instead of trying to, share it, we want to say, you know what, I'm just going to take all of it. We're trying to be responsible, and because like we all men have done for millennia, is take responsibility for our outcomes. So yeah, I want to be patriarchal. These women, they have not been raised around that. We can't expect it. I agree with you, Andre. We can't keep expecting them to. We can't be trying to fit a square in a round hole.
Correct.
We can't do it anymore, and we need to. And yes, we need to go where those three elements are. We need to migrate. And I just also want to say, you need to clip what you just said. You need to clip that. You just said before. That's a clip moment right there.
Yeah, that was extremely powerful. My response to you, after just hearing what you just said, I now have to reverse my thought process because now I have a question to ask you then. So if women say that black men and their lack of leadership created Cynthia G, then would the same be true for black women and their hatred towards black men created Dennis Spurling?
You know what? Created me, Dennis, and any other man that says, whoa, not every man is the same. Whoa, not every man's going to tolerate that mindset. Whoa. Yes, they did create us. They actually, just like they say, men and the lack of leadership created the Cynthia G's and all the other male bashing, created Oprah. Come on now, let's be real. Oprah was the one that sat back and said we gay in closets. She's the one that came out with the undercover brother.
Yeah, she was the one that
she was I mean, you got a woman that sat up there and could bash black men in front of white women, Asian women, black women, and they would say, "Oh yeah," and I read a book about it, and that book would sell out. Not that she wrote a book about it, just because she read a book about something, and that book, Oprah's book list, was just as famous as she was. And so you're absolutely correct. These women helped. They didn't necessarily create Dennis's, because we were Dennis and others like us on this panel. We already existed, but they caused us to have to step up with the voice to say what we need to have. And I kid you not, my voice is for the migrator. Those that my voice is for the zebra, is for the wildebeest, is for the whale. It's for the monarch butterflies out here. My voice is for the goose that flies north, the duck that flies south. My voice is for all that believes that societies are built off of the migration of people, and has always been built off of migrations. And there'll always be people that complain about migrations, but it's funny. People that complain about migrations 2 or 3 decades in are the ones that reap the benefits off of migratory people, just like migratory animals reap the benefits, whether you're the sea turtle, all the way to the walrus, all the way to the blue whale, migrating from the Atlantic all the way up the coast of South America. We've always been a migratory planet, but people want you to stay us for no more, don't move, we'll take care of you. And you're looking at, they aren't able to take care of us anymore. That's the other part. The United States cannot take care of its people that are in need. People that are successful, yes, we get the tax breaks, we get the investments, we get the knowledge, so forth and so forth. But let a person fall, the United States is not the country anymore that will take care of you. And so at the end of the day, I really believe deep down in my heart that my personal calling is to talk to people on the fence of migration. And I believe that that people are going through a migratory wave. And while we're sitting back having conversations about what do we want to do, or whether we don't want to do it, whether we want to be with the black woman or not want to be with the black women, you do realize there are thousands upon thousands white passport owners that are brand new, and they're taking their whole family, moving to Portugal, moving to Greece, moving to Italy, moving to Chile, moving to Brazil with no hesitancy. They aren't sitting back say, let's save America. Come on, let's stay here for Uncle Sam. They are leaving California in droves going down to Mexico without any guilt. Only black men are told you must feel bad or guilty for getting a passport and being a migratory creature.
Right, I agree. Hey, Dre, brother, and I gotta say, I'm definitely interested in visiting Colombia, so I have to book a private session with you behind the scenes to speak about that. I'm definitely interested in that, brother. And to add on to what you were saying, also, how do you combat, like, even with Oprah was the person that, helped perpetuate the deadbeat dad narrative. and now she's reneging on that after 30 years of damage.
Right.
And we can't forget the infamous Bell Hooks and a lot of these other women. Like how do you combat 30 years of and millions of dollars invested into misandry? You can't.
Hell, they hated Oprah when she did that. They hated Oprah's guts.
The same tactics that were used on a lot of women within our community to view black men as a certain way. It's almost saying like, how do you reprogram a racist? You can't. You can't, because some of these women literally view their own men in the same light as a racist, and that's not our issue. You know, we've done all that we can do as men within our community. We've tried to do everything to stand on business for our community, and we're just not appreciated. So now, we'll leave that job for the simps and for them to figure it out, because obviously they have a plan in motion when they're sitting up here bashing us all day, and most of the brothers that have decided to view more better options and migrating to live in other countries, those brothers haven't done anything to the community. Those brothers haven't done any type of damage or anything. It only takes one. It's the fact that they don't like to see a lot of men progressing outside of the United States with better options to pursue. They hate it. They hate it.
Well,
go ahead, brother.
Hey, Andre, how you doing?
Doing great, brother. How's your day going?
My day's going great. Yeah, I'm the former school bus driver.
Oh, what's up, brother?
Oh, hey.
How are you? Hey, how you doing?
Man, it's good to see you.
Yeah, I would say that the young boys are not following that lead. The young boys now have passports. Their fathers got them passports. And let me tell you I'm sure everybody knows that I used to say it over and over again, that the students on my bus told me that the girls were making fun of Kevin Samuels when he died. These were like girls like 14, 15, 16 years old that were clowning a guy after his tragic death. So the fathers saw that online and got them their passports, because I was watching Frustrated 3, and then next thing you know, I was on my tablet and the boys got on the bus before the girls, and they were like, yeah, hey, Mr. Muhammad, this is our passport. We watch Frustrated. And it was a 14-year-old boy that put me on the Frustrated 1 back in the day when I was actually working in the schools. I was actually a school aide 10 years ago, and a 14-year-old put me on to Kevin Samuels. At first, I was like, "Ooh, how do you know this stuff?" They said their fathers got them their passports because they don't want their fathers told me they don't want their sons going through it. And when they saw me on International Passport, and they saw how you made a short of me talking about it, they wanted to say thank you, and because they have things to lose, because they're in high positions in their companies and stuff. Now they do overages. So once they got their sons' passports, they turned 18. They left the country. They do online legal overages in real estate.
Wow.
So they were like, listen, hurry up, get your CDL, and they will try to help me get my passport, because I got my passport renewed. My passport has to be renewed. So they were telling me, yes, we saw what these young girls were doing to Kevin Samuels after he died. And they told me that the young girls are so mean and so nasty, they couldn't put up with it anymore. They couldn't do it.
Wow.
Hold on. These are young girls that are still in high school. What do you mean?
These were not only just in junior high, not only in high school. This was junior high school girls were doing.
Hold on. I gotta ask you a question, brother. Just to get some clarity here.
Yes.
So you mean just to make sure that I'm aware and I'm understanding correctly, you mean to tell me somehow, some way, I don't know exactly how, but they've been influenced by either the media or maybe their mothers or somebody I don't know. Someone got to these little girls at a really young age and made them hate a man that they probably didn't even watch or even know who he is?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
These were, and now because I'm not in the school system anymore, I do like construction garbage, basically just crushing up like wood, bricks, and all that stuff.
Mhm.
When I was there as a school bus driver, I kid you not, I would just go around and just like hear the girls and all the stuff just talking, and they were so mean and so nasty that I understood why the boys didn't want to be around them. And when I was actually working in the school, I was actually in the schools. A lot of boys, before the passport bros even like took off, they were dating girls from other cultures. And do you know that they tried to have my boys suspended from school because the mothers couldn't believe their daughters weren't being dated by the boys? To the point they tried to have my superintendent and my principal fired for not suspending them. They went after their jobs.
Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. For innocent young teenage. Okay, all right. I gotta ask another question. All right.
Yes.
This is insane. This don't make no fucking sense. All right. So you mean to tell me that it's gotten down to the child level when it comes to influencing children on how they should do interpersonal relationship dynamics, almost like how LGBTQ and gay movement has affected young kids and wanting to. So
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
For heterosexual,
that's exactly what I'm telling you. That's exactly what I'm telling you. They tried to have my principal and my superintendent fired.
I can't believe
on multiple occasions. On multiple occasions. Because the boys saw that the girls in the school, even though they loved them and everything like that, they were like, we can't take it. They're just too mean. So the mothers tried not only to have my boys suspended, but I heard they went to the mayor's office. I was like, what? My superintendent, I was a school aide, and my superintendent and my principal, there's an assistant, they tried to have all of them fired, and these were black superintendents trying to have them, and the superintendent was a woman. They tried to have her fired from the job because what happened was, as they were dealing with the girls or whatever, and the superintendent was saying to them, listen, I can't, suspend or fire my principal because your daughters are being dated. We can't do that. They said if they were doing something ridiculous, that's one thing, but I can't do that. And it's against, not only against the law, but it doesn't make any sense. They went to the mayor to try to have my superintendent and my principal, wherever school I went to, the high schools that I worked at, it was like the same thing. All the boys that tried to date the girls in the high school, in their school, because the girls kept playing around, they kept fighting the boys, and these were the boys that were doing something. These weren't the boys that were getting suspended, going to detention and everything like that. You're talking about boys that got like solid, good foundations on them, and they tried to have them suspended. I couldn't believe it.
That's crazy.
This is some wild shit to hear. Oh my goodness.
And the mothers would come in there, and I kid you not, these mothers would come in there looking like like they just came from the club. They were like strippers.
Well, I mean, well, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, didn't they just do a story earlier at the beginning of the year of a boy that tried to commit suicide because his mother was an OnlyFans model?
I guess so.
Yeah, there was a young boy. I think he was like 13 years old. His mother used to be in the military or something like that. She left the military, was honorably discharged or whatever. And I think she was, working a normal job, didn't like the job, was encouraged by some women online. They intrigued her and showed her how much money she could make on OnlyFans. She decided to do it. And so she was on OnlyFans for like 2 or 3 years, and then eventually his school, the boys and girls in his school, found out that his mother did OnlyFans. They started posting it all on the place and group chats and stuff, and basically showing olives to his mother, other kids showing pictures and coming up to him and showing him videos and stuff like that. And he apparently tried to commit suicide while he was at the school. So like this stuff is getting a little out of hand. It's getting crazy. It's getting hedonistic. It's getting barbaric. It's getting to the point to where it's seeping like a virus deep down into the very youth of our children before they even get to really understand that they don't even have time to become adults. It's already programming them early. I mean, we got kids on the internet calling themselves dragons. Like, I identify as a dragon. I identify as a cat. I identify as anything other than a freaking human being. You know, we got kids. We got black women holding babies with rainbow flags on them, saying that I have a gay son, and he's literally a freaking baby. It's like I'm not sure exactly what's going on here. I mean,
it's that bad.
It's not just that it's just that bad. It's gotten to the point now to where we're no longer able to decipher what's good or what's bad anymore for us. Because here's the thing, we've gotten to the point to where it's the lesser of two evils now. What's really worse? Because either way, it's gonna fuck up our kids. There's just like, how do I explain this? Wow.
Like, go with the devil that you know?
Well, no, but I mean, that's a hell of a statement to make just now. Okay, Andre, do they have these problems when it comes to education where you live?
Nope.
And I mean, some of my boys actually moved down there.
No matter where you go in the world, you have LGBTQ community. But as far as that infiltration of how they do it subvertly in the States, you don't see that here. If a kid is LGBTQ, those you know how when we were growing up, it's kind of like cliques.
Yeah, cliques.
You know, you just round your clique, but that's how it is here. But here, you have to realize there is a strong influence of the family after the kid gets out of school. So that boy has a strong influence of his dad. So, or the girl has a strong influence of her from her mom to keep her feminine. So in the States, we so tired from working and busting our butt, we ain't got no time to really do what we need to be doing sometimes. That's why when I spoke to Dennis, I was asking about how is it that you master the art of balance? Because he's a good father, yet a good attorney, yet he has his hip hop side and so forth. How do you balance that dance? And so at the end of the day, you don't see that here because women teach women to embrace and enjoy femininity. You find a couple of modern women down here, but that's global. You'll see a couple of women that are LGBTQ, that's global. But as far as like the infiltration, no. This plus it's
like an abundance
country too.
Yeah, well, Colombia, just from knowing a few people that have been in Colombia, they're like, nah, Colombia is way too patriarchal to let that shit rock. It's like,
a very conservative country.
Yeah. Like anything that's. Yeah.
Some of my boys moved down there. They moved down to Cali. They moved down to Medellin. They moved down to Bogota. They moved down to Rio. Their father said no. After what happened to Kobe Bryant, how the lovely ladies were just treating Kobe Bryant like this, they were just messing on his grave, and then to see them literally teaching their daughters to hate Kevin Samuels. They were saying, I was hearing some in passing, they were happy he was dead. And these were coming out of mouths of 13 and 14. 12 and 13-year-olds.
These are the ones that y'all trying to save, huh, fellas? I'm talking to you guys. You guys.
Well, I mean,
sinners.
But remember, your Kang, Dr. Umar Johnson will tell you that the Kwang is your God. But remember,
Well,
you have to bow down to the
hold on.
Quang.
Well, hold on. I can admit that I do want to be there for them and that I do want to save it. So I mean, I will put myself
Have
in
fun
that
with that
position
one.
and
I'm
say,
gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch this one. I'm gonna watch that one from over here with some popcorn. I ain't gonna lie to
okay,
you.
okay, all right, all right.
Support
Crack your jokes, okay.
I'll pray and fast for you. But as far as being part of it, I gave him 50 years to get it right. I gave 50
Okay,
years of going to the city council meetings. I gave him 50 years of me going to being part of Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Club, 100 Black Men. I've been involved in so many after school programs. I've been involved with Black.
It's not worth
Black
it.
Lives. Yeah, I gave him 50 years when just on the dating scenes. I gave him 50 years to keep me from cheating. They couldn't keep me from cheating for 50 years. I come to Colombia, I ain't messing with nobody. I'm in a country with in a continent with the most gorgeous women in the world, and I ain't messing with nobody but my own. But I could be in a country full of fat women, and they couldn't even get me right in the States. So I realized, man, I'm not going to.
You should have did it a long time ago.
Right.
Well, hold on.
Do what my students did.
Well, hold on. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment here to plead my case. Just let me plead my case.
Please, brother.
Because I Jesus. Okay, so here's the thing.
God save the Quang.
No.
The Quang B.
I have.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right. I get. Okay.
Oh my God.
So my thing is this. I have family here that I care for, that I protect. I have sister. I have, my mother. I have people that women that I love and I protect and I care for. And I don't want to see America collapse, especially while they're here. And I'm gonna be honest. I know I can't convince them to leave. So, I'm looking at this from a perspective of, well, how do I make the process? How do I at least just make it a little better? How do I figure out something so that way, if I decide to travel or I decide to just see the world more, I'll have some sense of comfort because, whether I like it or not, I was born here. So, whether it's a good place or a bad place, it's still home. Now can that home change? Of course it can. I'm a single man with no kids. So I can literally pick up and go anywhere, so I know in terms of my ability to travel and my options, it's abundant. So long as I ain't out here doing nothing crazy, I could start a life in the DR, Colombia, Brazil, Africa, whatever. Now I mainly only traveled to Europe. I've never been to South America. I've never been to Colombia. I would love to see it, right? But I also feel like a small part of me has a sense of obligation to at least ensure that my family is taken care of while I'm gone, at least to a certain degree. Now, I can't control outside sources. I can't control outside variables. I can't control the influence of the government, the world, and the many people that control it, small corp, big bank, little bank. I can't control that. But what I can do is I can give some semblance of credence to my family's well-being while I do whatever it is that I want to. I feel like that's part of my responsibility as a man. I think that's just part of it, right? And then the second reason is that I want to be in a position where if say shit hits the fan even more than what it already is right now.
Run for your life.
I hear you. What I'm saying is that I want to at least have some contingency plans in place to where if I have to force my family to come with me, I can be able to sustain them and take care of them in a comfortable way. Because I know that it has to get more extreme in order for them to leave. It has to get more extreme in order for change to happen. Hell, it has to get more extreme in order. It has to get more extreme to such a point to where women feel like men are the only option that they can lean on. It's getting to that point now because more and more women are on the internet daily talking about, oh, I'm sick of being strong and independent. Oh, I need a man. Oh, I'm so lonely. Oh, okay, cool, great, congratulations. We all I feel sorry for you and your loneliness, and I'm sorry that you feel this. And now you got soft girl era and all this other stuff of women trying to get this. And now you got the whole trad con wife movement. Now you got trad wives popping up out of nowhere. So they got that stuff going on. So it's like, I see all of these things, and it's like, I don't really believe it. And the only reason why I don't believe it is because at any moment, you can switch that on and switch that off. My duties as a man, I can never switch on or off. I am judged by my ability to be able to necessitate and fulfill those duties until the day I fucking die. Like, women don't realize just how cold-blooded they really are. The only men that are ever loved by a woman when he dies is the man that protects, or a man that provides, or a man that is considered a leader in her eyes. If you are not one of those three categories, when you die as a man, you are never remembered or forgotten. You are never cared for. Your life never mattered. So if you're not a man that was either looked in her eyes as a protector, looked in her eyes as a provider, or looked in her eyes as a leader, your death never mattered as a man. That's a cold, hard truth that one of my mentors taught me, and I never thought about it that way until I grew older, until I started understanding and becoming more understanding of myself. So when, as a man, if I feel like I'm going to be held responsible for all of these failures of society, then fuck it. If I'm going to be called a failure, I'm going to be called a failure on my terms. I'm going to take possession of what it is that I want to do, the way that I want to do it, because when it's all said and done, and this is the part that people need to understand: the Pookie, the Ray Ray, the Keisha, the good women, the bad women, all of y'all will ask the men that never caused any of the problems to fix the problems. All of you will cause all the shit to go left, and you will ask this one subset category of men that has never done any of this shit to fix your problems. All the time. And the moment I say no, it's like I never said yes, even though I never caused any of the problems to begin with. You'll be the first. You'll become my first enemy simply because I said I'd stop helping you. Like I never helped you all the other times before. It's crazy how the men that did none of the problems is blamed for everyone's problems. And then when that man decides to stop playing hero, you were never a hero to begin with. You were just doing things to alleviate problems so that we can continue to live your life. That's the only option you gave me. So if that's the only option you gave me, then fuck it. I'm gonna take possession of it in my own way. And however you guys want to decide it, that's on you. But it's not my responsibility to fix a problem that you created when you not only created it, but then get mad at me when I finally decide to say I'm no longer going to fix it. But when I no longer fix it, you decide to betray me and be an enemy towards me and decide to include other variables in other people's lives that had nothing to do with what caused our problems to begin with. So if I'm already aware of that, then that means that I'm going to set up as many contingencies as I can to ensure that I'm taken care of. So that way, if I can't take care of me, I could never take care of you. That's just how I see it.
The way I see it is stop marching and start packing.
That's it.
Stop marching. Stop going to these rallies.
Unless you come up with duct tape and rope, family is not going to evolve because you're looking to evolve. How our families got to the geographical locations which they're in right now is because somebody in the family migrated there. Whether it was in the 60s or in the 40s when our dads and uncles went up north to Detroit and to Cleveland and to Indiana for the factories and industrial age and the manufacturing age as far as car industry. They left their main families in Alabama, Tennessee, Louisiana, and one or two guys went up north, got everything established, and came back for the families. Same thing when it was post-slavery. We sat back and some of them stayed in their small areas, but some went to the New Yorks, and then once they got established in New York, went back for their families that were still in Oklahoma. That's how we have always been as a people. We've never stayed in the midst of what was going on as far as men is concerned. Men never sat back and wallowed in the dust bowl with the family. We said, baby, I'll be back in a couple of months, get established. And then that's how we got to New York's, how we got to the Midwest, how we got to the Dakotas, how we got to Denver, because we migrated. The men have always been the leaders of the migration, except for maybe in a few matriarchal societies such as elephants and hyenas. But for the most part, among humans, men have always in small droves migrated, and then two, three, don't forget your thought. In 2 or 3 generations, it's just the norm to be here. It's just we've always lived in Greece. It's just where we've always been. But nobody remembered when great-granddad was the first one to come here. That's how we got to Greece. That's how we got to Tennessee. That's how we got to the Carolinas, the New Yorks, the migration that took place where the slaves that didn't run up north, they ran to Florida and hung out with the Seminole Indians. That's why you got blacks that are Seminole Indians just as much you have regular Native Americans that are Seminole Indians, because a lot of blacks ran down to Florida for freedom. But they did that. They migrated. They had to. And so for us to sit up there and wallow, and we see the volcano of Pompeii smoking. We see it. But we want to end up and let the volcano of Pompeii explode in the United States, and then we end up as what's the term I want to look for? Almost like a statue holding babies that people could visit centuries later, because they could have escaped Pompeii. A volcano had erupted a few days before. The warning was there. Hey, a volcano on the other side of the other island already erupted. I think we need to get up out of here. But what did people do? They stayed. Anyway. That's the part that we're talking about. And I'm gonna say one other thing I want you guys to think about before I hear what you guys have to say. Because either way, we all have our destiny that we have to walk, whether it be staying in the States or not staying in the States. I remember I used to send money to my family. My mom, my uncle, my mom, my brother, and my sister. I sent so much money on a regular basis that Western Union sent me a gold card. That's how much money I'm sending to my family, because everybody's asking money. I'm sending it from Florida. And it got to a point where I'm sending money, not because I love my family, which I did. I was sending money because I didn't want to feel guilty if I didn't send the money. So the question I have for some of you guys that plan on living in the States and rallying for the sisterhood and rallying for the States, the families in the States, are you staying in the States because you truly love the States and you really want to be there and you just happy I'm happy for your brothers with passports, good, but I'll visit every once in a while, but I love the United States? Or are you staying out in the States because you don't want to feel bad if you have a better life outside the States and your family is still struggling back in the States? And I had to stop sending money because I wasn't sending it out of love anymore. I was sending it because I didn't want to feel guilty. I wasn't sending the money out of love. And my brother and my sister and my mom understood that. This exact same thing I said to you guys, I said to them. I said, I'm not sending this money because I love you. Now I realize I'm sending you guys money because I don't want to feel bad within myself. You didn't send your mama money. You didn't send your brother money, your sister money. It had nothing to do with love. It was all about my selfish guilt. So are you guys really doing this out of love, or are you trying to keep the guilt off you? Because that's what I was doing, trying to keep the guilt off me.
Well, I'm a guilty man because I ain't sending them nothing. I refuse to do it.
Right.
I refuse to do it. You know why? Because I got bills. I got bills to pay. Shucks, what happened? Have they? Let me ask you a question, Mr. Andre. Have they sent you money just in case if something happens to you?
Man, they sent me a grunion.
Exactly. Exactly.
When I was living in Florida, they didn't send me nothing when I was in Chicago. They didn't send me nothing when I was in Cleveland, Fort Wayne, Indianapolis. They ain't send me nothing when I was in the Bay Area. Shout out to Oakland. They didn't send me nothing when I was in Atlanta. Shout out to Stockridge. They ain't send me nothing. Nothing for. They didn't send me money for Fago, not for a bag of J's, not for a bag of Better Made potato chips, nothing. And so I don't feel bad about that, because at the end of the day, it caused me not to expect anything either. But I was sending on a like I said, when Western Union sent that gold card, I was like, what's this for? They were like, you send so much money, we're going to give you a regular 15% discount every time you send money out. That's how much money.
And then you had to stop
on a regular basis. And I had to realize, am I sending this money because I truly love my family? And I know I do. But I'm sending this money because I don't want to feel bad. Like, you don't send no money to your mama, you evil. So that's
and you were going broke.
I analyze myself. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna see what I said. Let me see on the other side of this guilt if it's true. And guess what? Once I got past that feeling bad, for a split second, like, man, I didn't see my mama money this week, my brother money this week, my sister money this week. Even though after they spoke to me and said, it's all right, Andre, it's cool, we got you. Thank you for all that you've done. My family was cool with it. But because I was in such a habit of doing it out of guilt, I felt guilty anyway. Even when they already said, you ain't got to send me no more money. So a lot of times we're trying to rescue people that's saying, hey, go live your life. Take our family name to another location. You might not be able to get property here because the costs are going up with your 50,000. But if you take our family name and you take your 50,000 to Europe somewhere and buy some property in our family name can live on in Europe with owning property. But you can't get that property for 50,000 anymore in the United States, son or daughter. Our families need us to be the next movement of the migration, to take our family name in the bloodlines and the lineage and the ownership of property and land and learning of the new languages around the world. Our family needs that. My family need a Spence to take the Spence name around the world and marry Spence and have Spence babies and own Spence land and start Spence businesses and put a Spence through college in Portugal and put a Spence through college in Germany and put own some property here in Colombia under the name of Spence, not just that land that we own in Tennessee. And some of y'all are so busy staying at home trying to rescue. I'm like, man, y'all don't know it's bigger than just you. It's way bigger than Andre. My name is going to be echoing across countries. The name that my granddaddy had, my grandmama had, my great-grandmama had will echo from now on throughout history. How do we get to Greece? Well, granddaddy Andre, great-granddaddy Andre, that's how we own this, that, and this. Somebody had to be Martin Luther King Sr. in order for us to have a Martin Luther King Jr. Some people just don't want to be the senior. That's my job for my family. I'm the senior, so somebody else can be the Martin Luther King Jr. of the family.
That's a mic drop moment. Okay, well, I mean, you
testified. He gave a chart. He was in the charts today. The chart of the passports. The charts.
See, well, then, okay. Well, then it makes you. Well, then that's the whole antithesis behind this whole situation, right?
Correct.
It's because we got someone like, because when I listen to someone like Dennis, right, Dennis Spurling, right, I listen to him, and when the level of transparency he gives us to give us a perspective on how we should maneuver, how we should think, so I started looking at myself from a different colored lenses as far as what do I want, how do I want to do it, and how do I want to attain it. And it's not even necessarily for myself. It's more or less for the fact that I know that what's best for my family exceeds because I've already traveled overseas. Now my family hasn't traveled much. Now I would say me and only a couple other members of my family had the most traveled. And I'm starting to realize that I'm at this point in my life where I would feel guilty, leaving my family and my mother and everybody behind. I ain't gonna sit there and act like I wouldn't. That'd be a lie. I would. But, it's just my whole thing is, Andre, I'm looking at how America is, from the homelessness to the repossessions to women losing their jobs constantly, different types of investments. I'm seeing the state, like for instance, they just they just realized that women like female crimes that women have increased by almost 30%. When female incarceration has almost doubled in the last 5 years than it's ever had in its entire antithesis, while male crime has gone down almost like a fifth. So men are performing less crimes, women are performing more crimes. Like, a lot of stuff is just really getting out there and going all over the place. So I'm sitting here looking at it like, do I really need to leave my family in this burning cesspool? Like, because
yes.
like, especially if they're those that are women, because like I know my father will survive. Like, I'm confident in my father. Like, I know auntie and people like that. So I'm asking these questions because I'm looking at it with my foresight. God gave us men foresight, and so we see how all the pieces are connecting. We see how all the dominoes fall. And we see the collateral damage, and I see Pompeii. I see straight up Pompeii, like you use as an example, and I see a lot of hail, fire, burning, brimstone, and if not that, then I see a lot of ice from winter. Either or, pick your poison. So my whole thing is this: I feel like I have no choice because, like I said before, I'm gonna say this right now. One of the main reason why I do not have kids in America is because I don't want America to raise my kids. I just don't. And so I'm at this point now where I feel like I'm being forced to make a very, 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 very tough decision, and it kind of breaks my heart. Like, right now, I'm in a position where I'm trying to figure out how to make money online by like learning an online by learning online jobs and stuff like that, which, mind you, I would like to consult with you about that later on as well. Maybe pay for consultations, because I don't know how to do online, because I'm a carpenter, so I do flooring and stuff like that. I do flooring and shelving, so that's like my main profession. So I'm trying to learn how to get into doing online work, so I could possibly get like a digital visa and stuff like that. But nonetheless, what I'm saying is that I do feel like I need to be the next pioneer in my family. I do feel like I need to go out there in uncharted territories and find a new way to carry on the name. I do feel like I need to. Now, I would prefer being with an African American woman if I could find one. I would prefer, and if push comes to shove, Afro-Latina, African woman, woman of darker descent, because I have a fetish for women that are darker skinned than me. I'm kind of light skinned. I like darker skinned women. That's just my thing. But regardless of that, I don't see how the story ends on a positive note here in America. Especially me being in Florida, me seeing everything that's happening from the like they just piled up multiple buses of illegals that came in from the border, and they're shipping them out due to DeSantis. Like, I'm seeing multiple buildings getting destroyed. I'm seeing so much stuff, and none of it is looking good. What the hell is that? I think you need to mute your mic.
That's the firecrackers.
4th of July.
Okay, yeah. Happy 4th to everybody. So what I'm saying is that, Andre, since we see how everything is happening, and since we're seeing how everything is going on, what would you tell a man if they were to prepare? What would you tell a man if they do want to make that change? Because I don't see this ending good for the women, but I feel like as a man, it's our responsibility to make those prepared decisions and be decisive despite how those ladies feel. And if they're not going to listen, you have to be willing to leave them behind. But if you were a man to prepare for that voyage, what would you tell that man?
Me personally, I would prepare myself for a like you were just discussing a moment ago, and somebody put in the chat, I would slowly, methodically get into AI online, and I would also get involved in IT. I would get involved in anything that has to do with cybersecurity. There are countries such as in Japan or in areas of China or even areas of Europe that will actually pay you to teach English. I would go ahead and get my certification, because the world is set up now. See, women brag about degrees while men are getting certifications. That's why it seems like, well, men aren't going to colleges. Yeah, that's because we're getting certifications, because nobody cares about degrees anymore. Master's degree does not pay the amount of what you're going to be paying back in student loans, in student debt. But certifications, if you get a certification in everything from SEO, Google SEO, Google has so many free courses. If you just Google free Google courses that are online, free cyber security courses, free IT. What are the best online courses? And just tell yourself, I'm going to give myself a 2 to 3 year window to really ramp up on how to do this, or getting your certification. You can get. I got me and a bunch of other brothers got our Teach English in Another Country certification from Groupon. Went on Groupon, paid $30-something for the course. My boy sent me the answers. I was like, man, these ain't the answers. He said, you'll be done in 45 minutes. 45 minutes later, they sent me my certification, and I was able to start teaching school online. So there's so many opportunities, as you were just mentioning, that you're seeing these brothers networking together. Take advantage of it. Somebody had to like the old Pirates of the Caribbean. Somebody had to live to tell the tale. Somebody's got to take the last name of Spence and keep it going. If the rest of the family, I remember my mom telling me when I moved to Florida, and my brother and sisters were, before they can get it out their mouth, I'm just moving to Florida. Do you think I ain't moving to no goddamn Florida? I ain't moving to no damn Florida. You know, my mom was born and raised Detroit. I mean, not she was born in Alabama, but she's been in Detroit and Cleveland, 50, 60 years. So for somebody to sit back and tell her, you want to move to Florida, I ain't moving to no goddamn Florida. Many of us have family members, they aren't going anywhere. We could dream, wish, pray, fast. We could put a sprinkle a spell on them. They ain't going nowhere. If you ask them to move, think about it. Like I always say, the 72% statistics show 68 to 72% of Americans will live and die within a 50-mile radius of whatever hospital they were born in. You cannot get Americans to move. 72% are not going anywhere. It's dropped this year to 68%. And I think it'll keep dropping. But I'm telling you, most Americans, they ain't going nowhere. So we sit back thinking our family members, if I sat back and got a 5-room villa, a 5-apartment villa in DR with a pool, and I made sure that everybody had scholarships for the next 5 generations, and I established 9 businesses, maybe my family will move over. No, they won't.
So how could a guy like me possibly, want to consider traveling or whatnot? Say within like 6 months.
If you're within 6 months, it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing just vacation traveling, or if you're traveling to examine locations to see, okay, let me see for example, Andre and we're going to Europe in September for a month. We're going to enjoy ourselves, but for the most part, we're examining which country we want to live in the next 2 years. Is it Spain? Is it Portugal? Is it Germany? We don't want to do France. They acting a fool in France right now. So is it Greece? Is it Northern Africa? So we're examining where we want to go. So there are 2 types of trips that you could take in the next 6 months. Just a regular vacation, 5 days, blah, blah, blah. Or are you going to be using 5 days to examine the terrain of, hey, I think I can enjoy this country. Let me go try another country in another 6 months. Okay, I got 2 choices. Okay, let me check them out. For example, Colombia is only like coming from us Florida boys, it's only like especially if you're flying out of Tampa or Fort Lauderdale, it's only just to get to Medellin is only 3+ hours. To get to Cali is like 4 hours. To get to Cartagena is like 3 hours. Get to Bogota is 3 hours. So you have access to the rest of these other 11 countries in this continent known as South America. And yet you are far away from the family. That's another thing. What I like about South America, it's so geographically located that if there's an emergency back home right now, Candy calls me, my sister, Andre, you need to get home. There's an emergency. I am 3-hour flight away from Florida. And then from Florida, I can shoot to Cleveland where the rest of the family is, or Detroit where the rest of the family is. But for the moment, you see what I'm saying? You being geographically located in Florida is there's so many dudes that wish that they were in Florida because they could hop to so many countries, so many islands so easily to examine, is this country my future or is that country my future? That's the benefit of being able to be in Florida. We don't have to jump from
that's true.
I just had some guys leave here from Oregon, just left here. They came here for a month. But their flight it took a whole day to get from Cali, Colombia to Oregon, back home to Oregon. And so that's the benefits that you have when it comes to South America, as well as Central America, whether you want to go to Guatemala, whether you want to go to parts of Mexico itself.
Or Haiti or the DR.
Yeah. And then realize you think you got, man, listen. You ain't seen chocolate until you left the States. You ain't seen chocolate till you see some of the women in Belize, in Brazil, in Colombia.
I've only been in Europe, so I've only seen those women. But a lot of people have told me, if you ever go to South America, you never leave, and I'm low key kind of scared because I believe them.
Oh yeah.
Do you know that when Charles Tyler had his videos, he said that, actually Al Grease said that guys were crying because they had to go back to the States. And these were grown-ass men doing it and still doing it. Because you're like, I have to come back to this.
Man, listen. Wait, I don't know which hit me with a tear the most. I think it was when I saw Andrea crying, her mom was crying, her dad started crying because mom was crying and grandma started crying. Now I'm trying to hold back.
The whole family was crying because you had to leave?
Yeah.
They loved you that much?
Yeah. While you sitting back in the States trying to figure out a master plan, man, there's people that got a master plan to be a good family unit to you here. You don't have to have a family in one country, bro. There are people that treat you like family in other countries, as well as the family we got back home. I kid you not.
That's a very bold statement to say there, Andre. That's a very bold statement.
I've had partners send me photos from the airplane. They in tears. They'll send me a video like, Dre, man, I ain't think it was gonna hit me like this, dog. Man, damn. I gotta go back to this shit. The other time I felt like crying is when I got back to customs for the first time and all that weight of the United States. It's almost like a spirit was waiting for me. It was like, welcome home. And it just jumped on my shoulder like a monkey. And I just wanted to break down. It was like I got out of prison and I walked back in.
So with Dennis, right? So when he was talking about his show, Co-Parenting with the Spurlings, and we were talking about the subject when it comes to these ladies. So basically, from what you're telling me, Andre, and just how everything is just kind of falling apart like this, you're basically saying, now that we've learned what we've learned for the most part, since it's unavoidable, the smartest thing a man should do, especially a black man should do, is to secure legacy and secure future, because it's highly unlikely that in America that you can have a stable future in an already unstable country.
And the type of legacy that you're looking for. If you're looking for a traditional legacy that long after you're gone, traditionalism still will exist, you need to go to countries that are established and embrace traditional behavior patterns among men and women. If you
Yeah,
there is no
that's true.
guarantee if you have children in the United States right now that the type of legacy that you want to leave once you pass on as a man is going to exist. There's a scripture in the Bible. King Solomon said in Proverbs, he said, I saw a man who got all his riches, and when he died, he left his money to fools.
Jesus Christ. So in other words, America is modern day Babylon, and it'd be very foolish for me to leave everything I built in a place where only fools are being drove. And okay, well, fine then.
And then realize throughout history, there's no empire that ever stayed on top. Name one empire ever that stayed on top. When I was a kid, it was the British Empire. The sun never goes down on the British Empire because Britain had owned property around the world, so the sun technically never went down on the British Empire. Look at Britain right now; it ain't shit. It's nothing compared to what I used to be when I was a kid.
Soviet Union ain't
correct.
Yeah.
China, everybody. No such thing as an empire. The Egyptian Empire, the Babylonian Empire, the Persian Empire. No empire lasts. The Roman Empire all the way to the Republic. No empire lasts forever. The United States is trying to act like because we got this big military might and we're the number one consumers of everything in the world and we consume 40% of all the world's natural resources that we're going to last forever. And no
good luck with that.
Lasted forever.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think it'll last forever, but I'm not gonna lie. I did think it would. See, here's the thing. After everything I've learned with, the homelessness and everything that just women are dealing with, the reason why I'm not too worried about the men is because I know men have an instinct to survive. So I know when push comes to shove, the men are more likely to survive in times of great famine as opposed to women. And that's why I'm not too worried about my old man, because my old man, he wants me, my old man told me he wants me to go out there and to do whatever it is that I want to do with my life. And he'll always be here. My dad told me, don't you ever not be the best version of yourself wherever you feel like you need to be the best version of yourself at. I'll support you 120%. But the thing is that I just want to make sure that I'm not just doing this for me, and I'm doing this for all the right reasons. And honestly, I feel like it's part of my purpose.
Do it for you.
Well, no, listen to me. I'm saying that I feel like it's part of my purpose to do it. It's like it transcends just myself. And when I look and I see how America is falling, and I feel like it's gotten to a certain point where, like for instance, just to kind of explain my point here. I'm sure we all are familiar with Danica Marie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now here's the thing. The reason why I'm throwing her name out there is because Danica has probably been it's probably the only female content creator I've ever seen be up front and center in the front lines and has seen all of this stuff play in real time more than any other woman. And the thing is that woman is married. That woman has a strong male figure in her life. She has everything that you could possibly need to be a good woman, that any woman that wants some semblance of a severe relationship to follow. I have never seen more hatred towards a woman more than that woman, Miss Danica Marie. And she's, 31, 32? She's been with her husband for, 10 years, something like that? Yeah.
And guess what? Do you know that she said, sell out and get your passports?
Well, that's the thing.
Even she said that to brothers. She said, brothers, get your passports and run.
Well,
do you know a week before Kevin Samuels died, he said the same thing?
Yeah, he did.
He said the same thing. I saw Mr. High Value Man give up for the first time in my life. And I actually talked to Kevin Samuels. I literally talked to him. But that day, when he was trying to explain to these women, hey, why do you want men to take a bad deal from y'all? And she was like, you should just take the bad deal because we're women. He literally looked into the camera and said, fellas, sell out and get your passports. It came right out. It came right out of his mouth.
Well, and this is what I'm saying. After I saw the way now, and the reason why I'm saying specifically her is because I saw how women treated her. It's it's one like, it wasn't even about the men for me. When I saw how the quote unquote sisterhood or whatever treated Danica Marie, a woman that,
the Quangs.
Well, not even just
the lovely Quangs, yeah.
Not even just black women. I mean, just women. Period. The way that they treated.
Exactly.
I mean, women from all races treated the way that they treated that woman. I have never seen so much hatred towards a woman in my entire life. I couldn't believe my eyes. I genuinely couldn't believe my eyes were seeing. I mean, now us men, we're used to hatred. It's not that big a deal to me. I think we've just kind of have a certain level of comfort with it. But to see a married woman who, mind you, she never talked to these women. She never said their name. She was just pointing out female problems and behaviors. Same thing that we men do, same thing other women do, like any other content creator. But to see the level of hatred that she went through, it completely blew my mind away. I have never
And that's why she said it.
I have never
and that's
seen
why she said it.
in my life. And that's where I'm getting at now. So I'm at this point in my life where I'm like, if women can hate other women to that degree, then what am I to do as a man to ensure the wellness of those that I care for, when even women who claim that they only listen to other women will never listen to her? And and the reason why I say it is because she's the very woman that majority of those women want to be, married with the husband who has a provider, who's a leader, who's a teacher, who's knowledgeable. If anybody has ever heard her husband speak, he has his own YouTube channel, and that man is hella smart. So I mean, they're literally the perfect archetype. She's got a little hood in her and everything. So she's literally the perfect archetype to explain what it is that they want. So when I'm sitting here looking at this, and I say to myself, what's happening to these women, and what's happening with America, and how everything's coming together, I feel like I almost don't have a choice but to leave in order for me to do what I need to do when it comes to my purpose. If they can treat a woman like that, the way that they treat her, then imagine when a man like me says, you know what, ladies, let me come in, let me be there for you, let me do this, let me take these responsibilities, I can handle these types of issues, we can figure it out. Me being a black man, I'm 6'2", I'm 215, I'm in great shape, I do this, I've never gotten in trouble with the law, all these other things, and yet they refuse to listen to me. So
because you're square.
Well, I mean,
that's what they would say to you. You're square, and you're supposed to be square for them when they start running roughshod, because Dr. Umar, the Kang, said so. He said it's your fault, you're non-select black man, that these women are acting like this. Your fault that you didn't step in when they were making very bad decisions, even though you tried to warn them about their decisions and warned them about Pookie and Ray Ray, and said, "Hey, we're the best option," and they did it anyway. But yet they want you to come back, and save the community. After the community is in ruins.
If I were you, in all sincerity, Bilo, man, I would
run.
I wouldn't use it in that.
Run for your life.
Basically, I would start my slow exodus. I would start to visit, like since you're in Florida, make a trip to South America or Central America, see the environments and see what's out there to offer, the healthier foods, the healthier opportunities, because there are certain things you can't rescue your family from. For example, the fact that there are over 20-something foods in the United States that our families eat on a regular basis that are illegal around the world. You can't save your family from American eggs that are yellow when irregular eggs are actually orange with yolk. You can't save your family from the type of milk that they drink that is not drank around the world. Your family eats meat. You can't save them from the chicken that is cooked. I mean, that is cleaned in chlorine, the same chlorine that's in YMCA pools. You can't save your family from that. So even if you save them from the economic situation, you can't save them from what's taking place with the deterioration.
Can't save them from themselves.
Off of what's going on with just basic foods. So you
can't save them from themselves.
Right, the economic rescue plan. At the same time, you're going to have to convince them that over at least a good 50-60% of the foods that whether it be the GMO foods, whether it be the processed foods, red meat, American meat is illegal in most countries. American chicken is illegal in most countries. American pork is illegal. Literally, you cannot even bring that into a country. You cannot say, I'm going to bring this American hamburger with me on this flight. You better eat that before you get off the plane. You will be not bringing that into this country. But yet we cannot rescue our families from going to the grocery store and eating that. Now they got the meat that what is it? The digital meat or whatever that type of meat is that they're making right now. Where it's fake
I don't know
meat,
what it is. So there's some new crazy shit. See, but that's the reason why I asked you these questions, Andre, is because I'm just seeing how America is becoming. I'm seeing how these women are becoming homeless. Like, I'm in Florida. I see it all in real time. I've literally seen maybe 2 weeks ago a landlord with police officers come in and literally drag a woman, her kids out, by her, like kicking and screaming, crying, acting hysterical, you name it. I have seen this. I have seen I've seen them beat a man half to death because he was trying to negotiate getting just like another week more. They're, oh, we already gave you 2 months, and he was like, oh no, and then they came up on him, and next thing you know, they started beating the life out of him. Like, they're not playing nice, man. Like, this stuff is not playing around. And the only reason why that man was even there was because of the fact that was his sister. And he was just trying to help her get another week. And they ended up beating that man half to sleep, trying to, just so that way he could keep his sister for a week longer in that location. Like, I have seen, being on the ground floor to see this stuff happen in real time, seeing women underneath trees in the middle of a park in their small little Honda Civic with a bottle of water and a small little bean bag so they can sleep in the back seat of their car. I've seen all of it. I've seen another one where they made little small tents on the fairgrounds, and then they come in at 2 a.m. with a giant SWAT team ready to like it's insanity.
It's so amazing when I hear the stories and I see the stories, and I agree with you. The stories that mesmerize us in the States are the norm around the world. Jesus said that the poor will always be with you. Be ready to support the poor. He didn't say you will always be the poor. He said the poor will always be with you, no matter where you go in the world. Be a form of impoverishment. The catch is, we in the United States don't think our poverty should be like that. Our poverty should come with some type of assistance, so it's never seen. Our poor should only
the Section 8 apocalypse is happening.
All the experiences that you're talking right now, I see that every day in Colombia. To where in America we're shook, like, oh my God. Colombians are like, can I get some? I don't need for you to criticize me. Can I get some help? Can you throw me a few dollars? What you're criticizing, I'm here. The poor will always be with you, no matter where you go in the world. But in the United States, we almost shun the poor. We look like, oh my God, there's a poor person. Oh my, look at that person under the bridge. They've got to be addicted to something. We've got excuses for the poor. And so at the end of the day, I'm telling you something. If I were you, I set myself up with a 3 to 5 year plan, especially a man with no children. I would follow the only person that you know so far that's giving you logic, and that's your dad. While you're moving on emotions, dad is saying, logically, son, you should get
the hell out of Dodge.
What black men have done historically, son, migrate. He's telling you, live your best life. If it were me, and I mean this in all sincerity, if I'm an older man and I've got a son who I love so much, and I see this Titanic ship going down, and I could get my son on that raft damn it, I'm gonna get my son on that lifeboat. He gonna keep this family name going. This Titanic is going down. All the rest of us cannot make it on that boat. But son, you can. But dad, don't give me them butts, boy. Get your ass on that boat and keep this family name going. Do not let us be the last ones with the name of Spence. Andre, get on that boat. So when everything goes down, the name and the stories and the history of my family will always continue to go. And it will be spoken in other language. Why? Because if we're in Portugal, guess who I'm gonna be laughing and cracking jokes up with about my family in Alabama? In Portuguese. If we're in Greece, guess what? I'm gonna be speaking Greek, telling stories about my family in Tennessee. I'll be telling stories in Colombia in Spanish about what went on with my grandma, my granddaddy, and all them, and how they went up to Detroit. All that goes along with me. That's what's going along with you. Not just you going to another country. You're taking so many stories, so much history, so much of the foundation of your last name and how it came to be in certain locations. And you get to tell your story about your dad and your mom and your uncles. My wife and her family know so many American stories about American foods and journeys and things like that because of me being over here, telling the Black American story, not just the Afro-American story, but the Afro-American, the Afro-Colombian story, but the African-American story, not just on TV. So now they understand little things about what Black people go through, or Black recipes, or how we play tunk and cards and stuff like that, how we play pool. Little things that I bring to this country that is a part of the American experience for Black people. And you want to selfishly hold on to it and not let the rest of the world experience Afro-American, except if it's televised or if it's in a hip-hop song. Because that's the only way they find out about us. A television show, a music video, a movie, or a hip-hop song.
Or the news.
Or the news. Absolutely correct. We got to get up out the country, brother. It's migration. Like I mentioned before, the 3 ways all species survive. A, the elements. B, procreation. C, migration. That blew me away. It's on, like I said, the latest episode of Planet Earth, or Our Planet, which they talk about animals. This year they're doing migrations, and that's the first thing that they mentioned. If it wasn't for migration, certain species, if not most species around the world, would not exist at all, including man.
Oh yeah. Okay.
What you're saying is exactly like my students' fathers. They got their sons' passports, got them on their lifeboats, and got them the hell out.
Yeah, you got mothers that's doing that now. Like mothers.
Yeah.
When I read
my mom.
Like on YouTube, mothers out there saying that I've got my sons my passport. One woman said I got both my sons their passports, sent them out there, made sure they had everything they need. They came back with wonderful wives. The husband.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. I've seen I've seen a couple TikToks about that, and I guess the reason why I was even asking you, Andre, is because I'm as you can tell, I'm indecisive a little bit, and then 2, because a lot of it has to do with the subject that we were talking about with the current today's topic. So it's just crazy how a lot of these things are kind of exchanging hands, and we see it happening in real time. And I just kind of wanted to get like a bit of a feedback on it, because I feel like I'm at this point in my time in my life right now, because I'm 30, where the decision I make right now will be a permanent decider for the next 10 to 15 years of my life. So I feel like being indecisive right now is a very serious danger and a potential detriment to my future and my well-being. So right now I am focusing very hard on making concise, concrete decisions, because this isn't just solely about me, but this is about what I do now, how it will affect me, how it will affect my children when I have them, how it will affect my family. how it would affect my finances, my well-being, my purpose, everything all wrapped up in one. And I want to be a proactive man. I want to be ahead of the situation. I want to think ahead about it, because after seeing everything that I've seen with my own two eyes, after seeing the homelessness, after seeing how it's affecting women, seeing the degeneracy, the LGBTQ, seeing all the insanity that is happening right in front of my eyes, right? I don't want to be a part of that. One, I definitely don't want to be a part of that insanity. That is for goddamn sure. And then two, I also understand that as a man, when things go wrong, everyone wants to blame the man for why it went wrong, right? And so if that's the case, then if I'm thinking with that type of mindset, then that means that no one should fault me for wanting to be proactive before the problem comes at my doorstep. So all I am doing is talking to other elders that I know that are willing to put knowledge into me. I'm asking the right questions. I'm sitting here asking things, and I'm gathering information, because I know that right now is such a very vital moment in my life, and I don't want to wait for the problems to come to me. I want to be able to tackle it. I want to be prepared. I want to be ready so I don't got to get ready. And then I want to make sure that when in doing so, I can handle any and all situations. So that way, I'm not only confident in handling them, but I know I have a community of people that I can rely on for if I do not know what to do, or if I'm unsure of what to do, I know what type of sources I can go to, of people that'll be right there for me. And unfortunately, I have come to the conclusion that a lot of the resources that will be useful to me in America will potentially be threatened or destroyed, notwithstanding within the next 10 to 15 years. Women are already projected to be single and alone by over 60 to 70% by 2030. It is 2023. That's in 7 years' time. So we're already projected to no longer be the U.S. dollar is already projected to no longer be the number one form of traded currency by 2027, and that's because of China. We already have more and more trading and stockbroker companies and trading companies and major international trading markets starting to slowly transfer over to the Hong Kong dollar. I'm paying attention to the bigger picture here, and if I solely rely on the resources that I can get in America, I feel like that is a terrible and a tremendous mistake. I do not want to be that way. And the reason why I'm talking to people like you is because if I make this decision, I want to be able to know that I'm making the right decision. I'm not making a selfish decision. And I'm doing this decision because whether my family comes with me or not, or whether they decide to come with me later or not, I know that I'm ready no matter the outcome, because as a man who wants to go out there and venture out into new territory, new spaces, new everything, when it comes time to be ready, I ain't got to get ready. I have my community of men that I can work with and make money with and do business with. And I know that I can, and I know that I'm flexible. I know that I can travel, and I know that I can survive. So that way my legacy can thrive. And as long as I have that mindset, I think I'll be okay.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, as you mentioned earlier, this is the best era or time period. If you want to learn something, to get online or anything, not just the online opportunities, but there are so many men that are helping each other out when it comes to networking, connecting. I mean, you got guys that are teaching guys how to day trade, to open up a store, affiliate marketing. You got dudes that are selling t-shirts and cups and mugs and making money online like crazy. You got dudes that are actually doing AI. You got dudes that are actually doing cybersecurity and IT, and everybody's helping each other. If I were to ever have a time period in life where I would take advantage of all these brothers that's willing to help, it would be now, because it has never existed before. So take advantage of it. If you use this knowledge and these certifications, cool. I give you a perfect example. But if you don't, cool. I used to work for a company in Indiana called Fort Wayne Foundry. we used to make parts for GM, the engine blocks. That's when I was truly blue collar, right? And I was going to school, and I was going to school at that time period. And everybody looked, it was a great job. Everybody looked at me like, you crazy, man. This job's gonna be here forever, blah, blah, blah. Man, we make so much money. Why are you getting your education? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I got women in my ear, I got men in my ear telling me you just wasted your money, and so forth and so forth. And the moment that I graduated with my degree, kid you not, this is like the second job I had after being incarcerated all those years. The company shut down.
Oh shit.
I was prepared for that moment in time that none of us saw coming. Like the month I graduated, and I was so proud of myself, I graduated my degree online. A couple of weeks
the company went belly up.
Belly up, bro. And I mean like y'all won't be coming in the next 3 weeks. Y'all got 3 weeks left, and after that it's done.
Sheesh.
That's why I am still studying to get my Class A commercial driver's license, because you never know when life is gonna take you. And when I pass my hazmat, I'm just waiting for my letter to come from Albany and the federal government. Once I do that, I'm already studying the combination vehicles portion, because you never know. You never, ever, ever know when life is gonna take you. Ever. So these degrees that people are getting and stuff like that cost like a house or something like that. Listen, if I have a son or something like that, which I don't know, I would tell him, listen, I only got enough for you to get your CDL, which is about $4,000. Take it or leave it. Because now, with some of my students, they got their commercial driver's license at 18. I read it in the DMV manual. Yeah.
It really is. It really is.
And they becoming, some of them got their HVAC already. Some of them are you know what I like? I like trade schools, because my uncles and my aunt and my mom, they said, listen, trade schools, learn a trade, because you never know where life is going to take you. And I'm happy they said it.
One of my closest friends is HVAC. He bring in $250 a year. He started like working for somebody else. Him and his wife not only right now owns lands, they own several houses. They just built another house. I'm talking about, she manages the business. He went from working for somebody, once he got his HVAC certifications, he went from working for somebody for a couple years. Then he started, slowly but surely getting his own clients. Then he got his own little van. And now he has like 10 vans, all these employees, big warehouse, the whole thing, without one degree, all from getting his certification, his trade school. So I'm 100%, and I've seen other dudes do it. I mean, he got the big billboard out there with his photo and everything, and I'm looking like, I see you, brother. This is not something I heard. This is something I watched, because we've been friends that long. I've literally watched him go from scratch to having nothing. He went and got his HVAC certifications through trade school. He started working for somebody, learned his little skills for a couple years, started getting clients on his own here and there, and then all of a sudden just got himself a nice little van and started put his little name on the side, and now he's got a warehouse full of vans, and he's living his best life, him and his wife and his kids. I kid you not.
My friend, who I know for years, and he's trying to get me into it, he's got his commercial driver's license, Class A. He went out and bought his own truck, and now he has like 15 trucks scattered throughout the country. He has 3 warehouses, one in Los Angeles, one in Miami, and one in New York. And he started out transporting cars for Ford, and now he's making over, wow, I mean, like $220 million in government contracts with his trucks.
Yeah.
There are certain accounts he can't even talk about. That's how much money they pay him. Yeah. So I'm working on getting my class A. Once I get my class A, I don't know. Sky's the limit. Then sky's the limit. But I'm still in school. I'm still working. You know, I'm keeping my head down, and I'm staying the course.
Yeah, and that's it. That's it. That's exactly how I did it. I kid you not, man. But we're about to wrap this up, guys. I'm about to lay it down. We've been here for 4 hours and 43 minutes. This has been an excellent live stream. I'm definitely going to chop this one up into parts. Thank you,
Mr. Andre.
Oh yeah, guys. We're going to start doing panels a lot more regularly. At least once a week, I'm going to start doing a panel for guys to come up. For those guys that also supported by way of the super chats, the last couple of super chats coming from Bright, Mr. Bite Be Great. Thank you very much, Big Great. Also coming from L Grimm, he says women do not notice the change because they do not pay attention, but they only pay attention to the top, in other words, top tier guys, and the very bottom. The middle are making changes. Yes, we are doing some great things. That's why they aren't noticing us. JT is in the building. He said, hello, Andre, and the chat. Thank all you guys for the super chats. Hope I didn't miss anybody. Let me scroll down, make sure I got you guys. Yes, I got
the only time they notice us.
Randall also for the super sticker as well. Shout out to you, Randall.
The only time they notice us is when they're hitting rock bottom and they need a place to stay or whatever. So I say, you made your bed, now you lie in it.
Have fun with that. Have fun.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Andre. It was a great conversation.
I appreciate
shout out to Dennis Spurling earlier today. It was good to hear his insight on this and everything. Can't wait for the show this Thursday. Yeah, and so 16 weeks, that's a lot of episodes. Good luck. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to just throw out a quick premonition. I wouldn't be surprised if by episode 4 or 5, his whole series goes absolutely viral. And people start making videos about it from every single sphere, from the women, the lovely ladies, as he likes to call them, from maybe this channel to other channels that don't even really know that much about it. I feel like from the way he's described it, it's going to be extremely relatable to a lot of men, and I would even say that it'd be relatable to a lot of women. So
yes,
I see it taking over at least the black sector of YouTube pretty good. I think if there's one thing I can say is that Dennis Sperling has definitely inspired me to be more of a pioneer and more of a go-getter, and I wouldn't necessarily say ask for help, but just start making the steps by yourself. And those that really, pay attention, they'll be there along the way. And if not, fuck them, because one way or the other, you're going to get your accolades for it. I mean, because he's a litigation lawyer. That means that they're all about getting to the finish line as quickly as possible. He described that, the type of profession that they do, the way that they do it. It's all about, being a shark and taking down whoever it is that they got to as quickly as possible. It's not like family court and stuff like that, where it's all about holding off. And so he takes that mentality into like his entire life when it comes to tackling all of his problems. And I feel like, kind of a grab the bull by the horns kind of mentality, I think is more, I think it's more needed, especially for black men than any other kind of men, especially being a black man in America. And I think that type of mentality is something that I'm going to adopt more when it comes to the well-being of myself, not necessarily being, not just in terms of wanting to do better for myself, but just being a bit more selfish, being a bit more of a go-getter. And I just want to wish him the best. I want to wish you the best, you and your wife and family. And it's a great conversation, and I just love the perspective. And shout out to Dennis, shout out to everybody in the panel. And yeah, man, it was just I learned a lot, and I appreciate it, and I'm definitely going to take it to heart.
Oh yeah, before we Before we get you guys closing statements, I want to do one quick super chat real quick, guys. We got Dwayne is in the building. Shout out to Mr. Brown. He says, you men are very fortunate to have access to the internet. This is true, which in turn leads to the exposure of how Black men have been systematically disenfranchised and eradicated since the birth of the U.S. This is true, and yet we're trying our best to make a better future for ourselves. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. You're absolutely correct. We're living in an era that we can really do some major things by way of the internet that our forefathers and mothers just could not do. They didn't have the access to be able to escape into the world of where you didn't have to necessarily show your face like on the internet and make money. You could do affiliate marketing and you never need to be seen ever, no never. But we live in a time period to take advantage of the internet because our ancestors did not have this to be able to be economically somewhat even the playing field, which was not even. But
Shucks,
shout out to you, brother.
Shucks, you could say that with this internet in the schools. When I was going to school in the 90s, computers were barely in schools. Right. We had the iPad was not an iPad. We had a pad, a piece of paper, and we all shared notes with each other. We had to write things down from the board and memorize that stuff. Take tests. Nothing was computerized.
You got any closing remarks, Sigma?
No, man, I'm good, brother. I'm ready to call it a night myself.
All right, guys. Well, let me let you guys go. I'm about to head out of here. Once again, it's your boy Andre, and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. I might do tomorrow, but I might just see you guys, give my voice a rest, and see you guys on Friday for Friday Night Drink in Hand. And our Friday Night Drink in Hand might just be because Dennis, on the channels that he's going on, he selected a few channels that he's going on. He's given us the right to do the reviews of each episode, just like B-Law was talking about. So on Friday night, we probably just do the review of the first episode of Dennis Spurling's show.
That sounds
all right. Have a good one.
All right, guys. You guys have a good one. Have a good evening.
Be safe.
Yes, sir. Talk to you later.
Yep.